Every gal a go on bad. Me have the style and pattern to make the gal and go on bad. Pussy off it happy, pussy off it sad. Pussy off it climax type, pussy you fi have. She give the wicked slam. Look up me tallow heart and body long. If you're looking for your 1 minute man, goddamn, she get the wrong man. Big bumbo class me for bustin' on me head. A sexy gal say she want to give me head. When me fuck pussy, pussy turn red. Gymnastic, now the pussy dead. When me day a Portmore down on Agos head. West Cumberland, Waterford, 3 West. Wake up in the morning, you know so that me bless. Smoke so much weed, them think I naughty dread. Come me no give a fuck, me no give a rascal. Bedroom bully, make the pussy talk. Big dirty bass, the one you fully dark. How the pussy blood clot, you know we fully dark. Stepping out the dance, laugh and a broth. They bread all me money, run my money fast. Run my money fast, meaning a funny talk. Chick Glock there, everybody gone. I miss a listen to me clear. Hey, I miss a listen to me clear. If you drink, you walk on. If you drinking beer, everybody gone, man, just step it up another gear. Say she want to fuck me, whisper in my ear. Very hot gal, nobody to compare. Gal, back it up, wanna bend your spine. High grade and grabber, very nice time.
That is funny. I can just imagine him, because he's just always gonna have like a weird response. Where is Moon? Oh yeah, it's not set up for this channel. Let me get Discord in here. I just have like a separate audio source tracking thing. So it's kind of similar to that, but it just runs in the background. And then all I need to do is copy over that source from to different scenes. Yeah, because
So you could pipe either your system sounds or the Discord audio into a separate device, and that way you could have them getting like split out and captured differently by OBS.
that's kind of what I do, but my main problem is that my Discord notifications, sorry, my own voice is coming in my ears too loud, and it's making me only be able to say 2 words and then stop talking. So it's just that like it's the notification noises that I want to be different but not gone for the stream.
Oh, I see.
But like I still need them to be able to hear you guys, and then even if I add like a little switch where I can flick it back and forth so they can hear them or not, like it's just either like muting Discord or not muting Discord, so that they can hear Discord or they can't hear Discord, and that's just the same as muting like what I've got anyway is sort of my best solution. But I'm thinking like a third party Discord or a Vencord or something might provide with the ability to change my Discord notification sound. Because if I can just have like a different boop, if I can have like a Mario going down a pipe sound every time I get a message, that would be way better. Because it's not going to Pavlovian dog people into thinking that their Discord is sending the messages right.
Yeah. Oh, there was something where because Discord occasionally adds like seasonal like sound sets.
True.
And I remember that there has been stuff to swap things, but I'm just having trouble finding that again. So I don't know if like when they take out the fucking Christmas noises, if you just lose the ability to do that completely.
Yeah. Now that I've got better Discord, maybe I can do it. Apparently on cell phone and maybe browser app, you can actually change it, and then on the official desktop Discord app, I can't, unless Google is just telling me that, and it's like years old information that they don't do anymore.
Maybe.
Notification, text to speak. I do think it would be funny to set up one of my Discord channels to have text to speech running. It could be pretty hilarious. I was looking into it last night. You don't know how. So Darius has his text to speech that he just sets up so anyone can do it, and he uses like some bung ass thing. But like Justicle's text to speech has like a nice little pop up. It has all the different voices. It's got all of that. You don't remember what?
He's doing it through Kickbot.
Okay.
So it's literally kickbot.com.
Kickbot.com, I see. Okay. Yeah, because something like that seems very profitable.
Yeah. Because the main thing with Darius is I think Darius is actually probably using the same stuff.
Okay.
But the way he has his set up is so that people who have a particular status inside that chat. So for Darius, it's Kick
Subs.
subscribers.
Yeah. That's actually a good way for him to do it as well.
Yeah.
It's probably the way I should do it. Because, yeah, like making people pay, making people like donate and just send money isn't even where I'm at. What I want is the subs. I want people to buy themselves subs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, thinking about that. I had a thought about my Discord as well.
Well, it's extremely cost effective for viewers who are looking to buy in. Is the main thing.
Yeah, more value, right?
Yeah, but you've seen how much that can be a problem because he's sitting there streaming and then he just has like a random fucking Destiny voice fucking start blaring, going like, "I like rape."
Yeah, that's why my first reaction to it is like Darius has this like scuffed version of TTS, but because like I go in there and it's so annoying that I'm like, what the fuck? It's like Forzen, how Forzen has just his on-screen chat reader that just reads any text that comes on screen. You seen that when he's playing Minecraft? It's just like every time he opens the menu, it reads the fucking menu of the game. I don't get it. I don't know why he does it. But people love it, apparently. I guess that's why he does it. But yeah, maybe the I'll drag Moon up. And he left.
Why does he keep on disconnecting immediately?
I don't know. Hold on, let me message him.
They try it.
I sent him a message. Alright, let me keep on working on my stream. What are we gonna call the stream today? Coding day 2.
Is that the plan?
Yeah, that's pretty much why I'm up and streaming so early. I just want to like crack into it and maybe get through day 2 and 3 of code. Would be really, really cool. Like there's a chance that'll happen, but
Nice.
it's not like a guaranteed thing. Yesterday, like, it was pretty easy, you know, like I was mentally ready for like a break after day 1. And I probably wanted a nap as well. I don't know if it was the headstands I was doing or something after the stream, but I had like all this like bruising, or all that black eyes. Not like really bruising, just like little capillaries like showing and stuff.
From lack of sleep?
It kind of looked like that, but like a bit more crazy. And I didn't notice until after streaming, so like...
Lack of sleep?
I'm not sure. It kind of looked like that, but like, I had a big sleep, a bit more crazy, so... And I didn't...
What do you usually stream? Is it just like a vlog type thing where you just like talk about life, or?
Yeah, sometimes I'm like, I tend to like get into it with people like pretty hard, so like sometimes I'll have pretty like high energy like Darius kind of stream stuff, but then the majority of it is I'll either be like playing an indie game or whatever, or from here on out I'm gonna do like 100 days where I do coding like every day, like 2 hours. Cool. And then like yesterday I did coding, and then I gave like we watched like something about selfishness, but it's in like a more holistic sense, like of how to make yourself whole and like look at the world with everything in the world is like not you, right? And a lot of people will take that one way or the other, where they will either be like denying of the value that things have, or they will be overly invested in like themselves, right? So like we give a rant about this. The reality of that is though that like love is like a good example where like you'll meet people who will say like, all right, you'll meet people who say like, I have like a undying pure love for this other person, and that always feels kind of weird when you say that. When someone says that to you, I think you instinctually have like a doubt when someone says like, I love you like purely, all I do is like fill you with love. Whereas when someone says like, hey, when I look at you, I just want to eat you up, like I can't resist you, and you're so attractive like that, that makes a lot more sense because they're relating, they're saying it in a selfish way where they're like, I can't resist you.
For like relating your worth to something concrete.
Yeah, more concrete and more. It's a funny thing to talk about because it's very like meta. Like you don't often talk about the world in a sense of the fact that I don't even know if you are. You just seem like a human. You seem real. You seem conscious, and I'm pretty sure I'm conscious, right?
Like everyone else could just be like a philosophical zombie. Like they just kind of look like they're
Yeah. Well, you're all
human.
symbolic to me. You all symbolically represent what I think a lack of loneliness feels like. You know.
Okay, I don't get you anymore. So
yeah, where was I going? Where was I going with this?
we're talking about solipsism, I think. I think you were.
Kind of, but it's just more like an overall sense of like wholeness and the way to like live your life.
Okay.
I don't want to. It can be easy. Like some people might think I'm talking about like hedonism, right? And it would be like I get that accusation like quite a lot, and I'm like, well, like I feel like that's like a very rushed answer where you're eager to like people are eager to be like maybe competitive with me, but then this is like very ironic because what I'm trying to talk about is the holistic point of view where you're like it's the opposite of hedonism where you're trying to bring everything in to be like a lot more well balanced person.
That's what it seemed like, when you were talking about like
basically what it is basically trying to like talk about the benefits of being selfish, the benefits of being like there are opportunities out there for me to take, I deserve them and they're fine, and looking at it in terms of love is a really good way to make it like understandable because
make what understandable.
You've got to accept the fact that like you can't imagine yourself without that other person. And that's a lot easier to understand than me saying, you can't imagine yourself without being your gender, or you can't imagine yourself without being... actually, that's a pretty easy one for most people to understand. But like, you can't imagine yourself. Like, imagine if you were poor. Imagine if you didn't have your wicked job. Imagine if you didn't have all of your loving family around you. I don't think you would be like this strong,
so it's like by
masculine
virtue
dude.
Of having lived
like,
the life I've lived, I can only like imagine things for a certain perspective. Like
exactly.
You're saying
so
that like a
people
black
like shit on
person
other people.
couldn't really like envision being white, or vice versa, because the way they live
when
their
you
life.
get people who like don't have empathy, and they'll just say things like say I go to play a bunch of computer games with my friends and I have a great time, and then they're like, we'll do this again tomorrow, and then I show up to go do it again tomorrow, and they're like, oh, actually we're not going to do it now. And then I'm like, oh, well, like that feels really bad, and like you guys promised me that we would do this, and now you've let me down. And then someone else in there shows like a lack of empathy, where they're like, oh, you're just being like a little baby. There's a level of lack of selfishness in that dude, where he doesn't value the fact that he promised to other people his word, right? So that's kind of selfish. But it's if he integrated the selfish part or the dark part of his ego a little bit better, he would be like, I am selfish. I don't really have empathy for this person. But a more integrated ego would probably be like, the more selfish thing for me to do, or the better selfish thing for me to do would be to think that I want people to know that I'm going to stick to my word. Because then all I need to do is just implement my reputation of having like a good word and like being honest and being like there for people, and people will believe it, and it will like get shit done, right? So this is
I think Destiny had like a similar arc on his stream like a while back where he talked about this thing called like egoism, and about like he wants to live in a world where people like respect him and don't like steal from him or like rape him or like do any of this stuff, and that's why he like thinks he should be a moral person to bring that about.
Yeah, exactly. That's like a bit of the classic atheist like trope, and there's a lot of like conversation that you can have about those things, like comparing it to a religion where they're like, well, that won't work because people just aren't like that, and then you can like counter that by being like, well, now you just have a presupposition that like people are bad, and then we look at where that leads you, and you live your life thinking, I'm bad, and I have to deny my instincts, and I have to shut that shit down and hold like a weight over my head, and that weight is like a fear of God and burning in hell for eternity, you know, and then that leads on to like judgment of other people, and then and like Catholicism and a few other, especially like with Muslims, it's like who's the better Muslim, and most religions, right? And then especially in like smaller cults as well, you end up with like these like insane hierarchies of status. Like in Charles Manson's cult, he had like literal enforcers, and then he set as God, who was like too good for like physical strength, but the people right below him were just like aggressively intimidating the other people in the cult, and then, you know, so on and so forth. And people are essentially, I don't want to say they're built to be like this. They're not exactly built to follow hierarchies like Jordan Peterson says. But Jordan Peterson is very right, though. We are incredibly prone to following hierarchies, and we are incredibly prone to following ideologies like you know, like a Nazism or like fascism in general is generally built around patriotism, which is like a form of ideology, but the idea is just like nationalism, like this is your country and this is your place. And
Moon Tyrant's waiting. You want to drag him in?
Oh, okay. And yeah, you need to like get people to work on their selfishness and integrate their selfishness, so that their dark selfish behavior and their inner need that most people have to like not do harm work together and aren't like conflicting and aren't like afraid of each other, because you have both. And through this, you like build up your willpower and your strength to become like a unique, thoughtful individual. And then once you have the confidence to be like a confident, thoughtful individual without being competitive, without taking things personal, without trying to prove that by putting other people down, then you're less prone to becoming, you know, an ideological zombie who devalues all the people around you in the reach for some like grand idea. Some, you know. So, you know, shit like that. It's pretty interesting.
Okay, I think I kind of get you.
Yeah. Or Hello Moon.
Moon Tyrant.
Moon Tyrant. Are you there? I can't hear you yet. Welcome everyone to the stream. I'm still setting it up. To be honest, what are we calling the stream today? Let me know when you can talk, Moon Tyrant. Day 2.
So you were like basically giving me what you think would be a good replacement for the role that religion plays in the life of like an atheist person, basically.
Ooh. Yeah, you had me in the first half. I was about to be like, nothing. I don't think I don't think many things replace
Okay.
religion. It's very useful. But for like an atheist, so probably like one of the best ways, and I don't know if it covers. There's so many like different facets to hit. My initial gut response is that this person is. So it's gonna sound like counter. It's gonna sound like I'm saying two different things, but I'm really not. But they're going to need like some role models, and they're going to need something that's not an ideology, but it's like a cultural motivation.
Like a religious person leaving the church is going to need these things.
Yeah, I need them to like look back into the past and be like, Marcus Aurelius was like a great man, Socrates was a great man, Steve Jobs done great things, and I want to do great things. Bach and Mozart and Shakespeare were amazing men who like went beyond their situation and learned all about the world and explored everything and brought it back. And this is like another like massive tendency people have. Like people will be like, Tupac was the shit. I want to be just like Tupac. But this isn't like the kind of role model that I think they really need. One of the reasons I point to like Shakespeare and Bach and Marcus Aurelius is because these are the kinds of men to like travel the world and learn from, like what's that saying? Like you
But
can't be
so
racist
you're
if you travel or
separating like
whatever.
Marcus Aurelius and stuff from Tupac. It's like a different kind of idol.
Yeah. Tupac's just a good example of one that like a lot of people do want to be, but like it's not encouraging people to explore the world and lead them to like a sense of basically like intellectualism.
I mean,
So
didn't Tupac have his whole like Islam thing? Wasn't he like in the one of those like
yeah, true. That in itself comes with a lot of idolatry though. Like Tupac is an idol, whereas like and maybe Steve Jobs is like a lot like an idol as well. So that's like not exactly a great one either. Because people aren't idols, people are just people, right? But the idea is that like these people need to like explore the world and find a lot of cultures and be knowledgeable that they want to like work on themselves, and it's also nice for them to have a sense of like homeliness or like pride or patriotism, so that they will want to like go to Bali, go to Thailand, travel to New Zealand, meet people everywhere, and from those people learn things. This would almost be like a good replacement to school. Like, say there was a culture out there which didn't have like a standard education system, but from the ages of 13 to 18, all of their young men and women just travelled from city to city, like, and just travelled the world, and then eventually ended up back home. And then once they're back home, they're like, hey, I learned that in Thailand I can like rent bicycles out to people and like do this or do that. I learned in New Zealand like that I could run a farm like with sheep, and I went to Italy and I learned about like
we went
having
from talking
olives and
about the like
orchards.
role
I went to
model
Sweden,
thing
I
to
learned
talking about
philosophy.
like education systems.
Hmm?
Kind of lost me. Like we went from talking about what would be a
Religion.
good role model to like what would be a good like type of education or type of like
Yeah.
life path for someone.
So the point here is that as like a young person, they need to have. So you know how like you have your subconscious, like your ego and all of that. I'm
I'm not
basically
familiar with
certain.
psych shit.
What's that?
I'm not really familiar with any of the psych stuff.
Oh well, you would definitely say that, but we have like a consciousness and like a subconsciousness, right? Like when you dream, you just have like dreams, right?
I don't really get what you're saying.
Do
But
you
you're
think
saying that like
you
I don't
have
like
a
consciously
subconscious?
decide to dream?
You don't decide to dream
I don't-
though, right? Yeah, that's a big part of it.
No, I don't.
Yeah, and like
That's
when you
like parts of our minds we can't control. Yeah.
yeah, like when sometimes you think things that you don't really want to think, right? They just sort of like float through your mind, things like that.
Uh-huh.
So that's like the point of having the idol, because I'm pretty certain that on some level, both the conscious and the subconscious like affect each other. If you keep intaking things from the consciousness, the subconscious will process it in your dreams and start spitting it out back into like the consciousness, like back and forth. That's basically what dreaming
The
is for,
role
right?
of dreams is an interplay between like subconsciousness and our like consciousness.
Yeah.
You're saying. Okay.
And a lot of times when you dream, you'll dream of like your childhood home or friends that you haven't seen in
Yeah.
years and stuff like
True.
that. So part of like the developmental process of like raising kids in a culture where they're like, hey, here is the canonical history of the West, and then you have like a dream that you're in like ancient Greece, and then you have like a dream you're in Tibet, and all of these things. I think that like as you grow older, those things like stay in your subconscious. And
Wait. You've dreamt of being in Tibet and ancient Greece, but those aren't like places you've ever been, though.
yeah, exactly.
How does that fit into the subconscious thing of like dreaming about your childhood home?
Well, so
Or is,
a big part of what I'm saying is that like, you know, I replaced the learning of these things with education, basically, and it's like a cultural thing. I think everyone in your culture should be talking about the past, talking about great heroes, and representing these things. And then, hopefully, for the rest of your life, you will have like a little part of your subconscious, which is always like, that's the way I want to be. This is like a good person, right? This is like the future that I am going after. And then they will also feel the things I liked about those cultures and the things I liked about those people is that they went out into the world, made themselves better, and then they brought back that knowledge back to their home and their family and the really close things that value them, and then they made those things better. And within that, there is both a love for where you're from, but there's also a sense of individualism and self-belief that you can make that better, and then therefore that you might yourself have thoughts and ideas that are better than your own culture. It doesn't mean you think like I'm the man who's like way smarter and better than everyone. It's just like a sense of self-worth and belief that like I don't have to just have a leader. I don't have to tie myself to I don't have to tie myself to Marx or Trump or
like local community, aren't you? To your to the people you're trying to help by bringing all this stuff in from the outside world, and I mean, I guess to the world at large, probably to some extent. No,
sorry, what was the very first few words you said there?
you're like you said you don't need like a leader, that you can be like your own individual, but then
Well,
you
you
also
would-
said it's important that you like help your community.
Yeah, you would still respect like leadership and understand your place within that. Obviously, like not everyone can be Steve Jobs, so there would be a very realistic sense that like ideally my schooling would provide a very high level of education, but there would also be an understanding that like 20 or 30% of my population is not going to be fit for that schooling because they're going to have a much slower pace of learning because they're just dumber people, right? And those people, you would be like, hey, you would probably be really satisfied just going into a trade, maybe just like volunteering somewhere and like.
Wait, so how would
engaging or-
education change? Is this like university level? Like instead of say going to school to be a programmer, you learn about this like the hero archetype stuff you're talking about? And if you're too dumb, you go into like trades.
Well, everyone would have like the hero archetypes and stuff. But hypothetically, essentially, you wouldn't like put people in class systems, but you would have different schools for different people, or you would have a school that provided different levels of education like within that one school. But by the time you're like 10 or 11 or 12, you would be like, hey, are you going into the school for the lower educated people? Are you going to the school for the middle management people? Or are you going to the school for people who want to study well into their 30s and 40s and 50s, because these are like the more advanced scientists? And then you can go to university, which is like highly specialized, right? So you would have one school to funnel people into like highly specialized things, one school to get people basically just through their day. Like, this is just the school where you practice reading, writing, basic math, and people can do that all the way up until they're like 16 or 17. But then you would have another school, which would be like, this is the school for the people who are really, really, really smart and want to go off to university to do special
isn't this
things.
basically the system already? Aren't you like Australian? Don't you guys have like tradies and high school like separately?
No, we just have like one schooling system. We do have like a
polytech, for us it's like,
so it's like a free university that you can go to when you're like 16. So yeah.
Yeah,
but
it's over here it's like you either go into high school when you're 15, or you go into like vocational school when you graduate to be like a hairdresser or some other type of like laborer when you're 18.
Yeah. Mandatory like state appointed like apprenticeship programs are like pretty good. People don't like it because they're like, oh, I've been a plumber for like 50 years and now I have this like dumb 15-year-old that I have to teach. But like that sort of stuff is like, you know, pretty powerful to have on like a national level.
People really hate it. Isn't that just kind of how it works? Isn't
it? Well, like
old
grumpy tradesmen who don't want some dumb kid on their site.
Yeah, probably.
I hate it. Yeah.
But isn't
like,
that how they got to be there?
Within reason, right? Like, people are going to understand that they can't be Mozart and that they can't be Kanye West and they can't be like whatever, but they're going to be like and like, oh, like I can't be Zelensky, right? Like, he's going to lead the country way better than I can. In fact, you kind of want people to get to a level where they're like, it would be bad if I took on that role because I'm not suited to fulfill the responsibilities that that role requires. But maybe I could be one day, and I'm going to go out and I'm going to learn like all about the world and stuff. Yeah. But this is like a pretty complicated system, right? And it's just to replace like religion. Like it's just to keep people like motivated to go through their life without being in a position where they're like, I should be afraid of the law, I should be afraid of God, and I should like numb my mind to these things. And honestly, like, religion needs that daily reinforcement. This is why like they have to pray daily, they have to go to church every week. When they go to church, it is hyped up to be like a concert or like a very spiritual experience where they all sing together, because they need to be constantly reinforced with like this brainwashing bullshit. Where I would think it would be cooler to like program your culture with a sense of like inspiration and creativity that every single day, and basically the way their brain reactively operates is just to be ready to deal with situations on the fly with like confidence and belief and creativity, or at least like a sense that the other people around you are going to be there for you in that moment, you know.
So this, like, when we think about like big movies and stuff like Star Wars, Marvel, aren't these like the heroes of all these stories already like super popular and kind of representative of kinds of hero archetypes you'd be in favor of?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, movies and stuff always have different themes. Like Have you seen the movie Robots, like the Pixar one with the robots?
I don't. It's in the DreamWorks.
Yeah, it is. It is DreamWorks.
Yeah, I've seen it.
So like, that has like the classic hero archetype, right? But the movie is just basically about like Marxism. Like the robots don't like progress, and they all want to work and do their job, and then it's like better because when they all do their job, they all get more stuff. So it becomes very nitty gritty. Like the way I'm the way I'm talking about this all sounds sort of utopian, but like I'm not saying I could like get rid of capitalism or that like there isn't.
I mean, we
like,
weren't talking about like economic systems at any point or like
yeah.
utopia really.
I'm not even thinking I could like. I don't think this is like a fix for religion either. Because like it's just like a replacement for it, hypothetically. I think like a country like Germany or something could like operate without religion, but then in the same sense, the more they integrate a lot of those things that I talked about, the more they might end up having more creative artists who fall under like a king or a queen who then thinks that they fall under God, and then they end up building like bigger, more wonderful churches, right? So like the religious aspect itself might grow, but hopefully it would be like more beautiful and awesome as well. So like it would all work together. Like, you know, Europe is filled with like massive churches and shit, and some European places had pretty similar cultures to like the ones I was describing before. Like with the different levels of
what
education.
cultures were you describing?
Like
just
German.
describing like your own like made up system?
No, it's like Germany.
Germany's like Marcus Aurelius is like.
No, Germany is like Germany is like a culture that has a long historical canon, which is taught to the majority of people, and then people are like funneled into different kinds of education systems where they are encouraged to like explore the world and bring things back as.
I don't know much about Germany, but is the historical canon of Germany really that big a deal? Do they spend that much time on like I don't even know like what is it, the Holy Roman Empire or?
Well, like
is
you know,
that, like,
Germany
a
has
deal
like
over
Bach
there?
and Mozart. Bach and Mozart are like German. A
Okay.
lot of like the greatest people from like Russia and stuff like that end up like moving to Germany and like considering themselves German in culture. Germany
like in
has like
Mozart's
a
time.
long, deep history, and they have like a lot of great people from it, and they make sure that they all know about it. Similar to like America having, fucking Huckleberry Finn. Americans learn about Huckleberry Finn. They learn about some of their great Civil War generals, all of that sort of stuff. But America has sort of like pushed intellectualism to the wayside, like pretty horrifically. So I wouldn't use America as an example because it wouldn't really make sense in the modern day context. And Germany has
Are
its
they
modern day
not
problems
taught
too.
about stuff like jazz musicians or Hemingway or I don't
stuff
know
like that.
inventors, the light bulb guy Edison?
Yeah, Edison.
Is
And
that
Tesla.
not taught in America?
I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying that like modern day Americans are like plagued by a sense of like racism and anti-intellectualism and like a love of like goonish celebrities. Celebrity culture is as wild in America. Exporting their culture onto other cultures is wild in America, which comes with a sense that like other cultures aren't worth getting to know. So this is like the direct opposite of it's like an abomination
I
of
mean-
like, all the things I described.
I mean, Megan Thee Stallion, she fucking twerked in like a Sailor Moon outfit. That's getting to know Japanese culture, right? Fucking Kanye West had the whole Akira thing in his music video. I think there's a bunch of shit that's like getting to know our cultures. Like in the new Spider-Man movie, they go to India.
These are like incredibly shallow ways to export American culture onto other cultures.
Isn't it more so importing it? I mean, isn't this thing of stuff meant to be consumed by Americans?
No,
Like
no,
Cars
it's
too, they
very
go to
different.
Japan, they go to France. Sorry, I don't, I'm not like, I'm a STEM bro, okay? I don't talk about this
Yeah,
stuff much.
you're oh yeah, STEM bro. The there's maybe like a fundamental defining of certain words in the way that I'm describing them, which might be a little bit difficult for us to not talk past each other a little bit. You know.
Are they from the like Jordan Peterson Maps of Meaning book?
What? Sorry. What about Jordan Peterson Maps of Meaning?
Is that sort of where you're drawing this stuff from, or is it just more like are you like a philosophy guy? Have you read a lot of
Yeah.
philosophical works?
Yeah. I studied classical history since I was like really young, and then I went to university for it. So when I was like 15 or 16, and I started traveling to like Germany and stuff, I realized like a lot of this stuff about the cultural impacts. And then as I grew a bit older, I like learned more about classics and started to realize like how much different cultures tie in their past to the personal identity of their citizens. And then, you know, in the past like 7 or 8 years, I've like come to realize how much Americans don't do that, but they're still driven by similar themes. So this is like when you say like Megan Thee Stallion wore like a Sailor Moon outfit and like twerked, this is like a very shallow adaptation of Japanese culture, and it's mainly about making Megan Thee Stallion a celebrity and being like an idol. You know, like Hollywood was like unprecedented in human history, and the way that it like projected certain individuals out into the world. Before then, the only people who ever did that were like the most peak pinnacle kings and queens and Napoleon Bonaparte and whatever, who like traveled the world and happen to like be pushed out as like a kind of celebrity of type. But even within that, there wasn't like an active manipulation of the psyche of the population to idolize these people. So yeah, and there was always some sort of holistic view to those people. Like Socrates and Plato weren't just philosophers; they were also like amazing athletes, and they were also really upstanding family men, and also really upstanding politicians, and yada yada yada. So those men became heroes because they were representing all of the good virtues together. And even within that, you had people like Diogenes, who still were able to like call those dudes out and be like, yeah, you kind of think you're all that, but like you're not really shit. You're just like
Wasn't
pretty much the same
Diogenes
as
the like
everyone else.
homeless philosopher guy who like shat in the street and did all kinds of crazy shit?
Yeah. He's like a parody of them, because in the same way that they played by the rule sets of the societies that they were born into, where they were like, well, this is what a smart man sounds like, and this is what a good athlete sounds like, and this is what a politician sounds like. He was like, well, like, you're telling me I'm none of those things, so I will be none of those things. And I will point out how, even though I am playing to your rule set in the opposite way, you can't really have like an impact on me. So even though I'm being like such a degenerate retard, you who think you are better than me can actually still have like no effect on me. And here's how you do that. So he's like an interesting paradox.
I mean, isn't that just true? Like someone who's like for political reasons, i.e., just being lazy, unemployed, jerks off, smokes weed all day, can just ignore the advice of someone who's like a self-starter, fucking works hard every day, takes care of their community, is like a good person if they want to. And that's just true, isn't it? It's like a fact of life.
Let me think. So, when Alexander the Great was like, if I wasn't Alexander, I would be Diogenes, and then Diogenes was like, me too. There's like a level of self-confidence within Diogenes, and it also prevents him from putting on like a facade. So like a lot of people, the vast majority of people aren't like weed smoking stoners and stuff, and maybe you could find someone like that who's super chill. Pretty often people like that have been like shit on by life, and then that's why they go into that position, because they don't have like the self-confidence to better themselves, and then they accept this like place of what they think is being, like a lazy person, as opposed to thinking of themselves as like, maybe I was just like a little bit unlucky in my life circumstances. They themselves might think of themselves as lazy, and within that, they probably shouldn't be so confident in themselves, really. These people generally don't like enjoy themselves very much, right? And it can go the same for people in the other way.
They have this like very rigid, almost fatalistic view of themselves and their role in the world. They see like, hey, my life sucks. It's probably just kind of is how it is, and I'm gonna accept it, even though we don't actually like want that. They get too comfortable. Okay.
People are like really funny things. It's having conversations like we're having are a little bit silly, because the immense pressure that like it takes just to be like a conscious being is enough to usually make people fairly often do things that they wouldn't normally do and act out in a way that they don't like.
What would someone do outside of being a conscious being? I mean, isn't that just what all of existence is like predicated on? You can't really. I mean, I guess you could like sleepwalk or like.
Well, no. So
if you touch a hot thing,
it's more about the pressures of being a conscious being, and then being okay with that. And a lot of people aren't really okay with that, and they aren't really okay with themselves, and they will insist they are. But then these are the same kind of people that either need to go to a church or a religion and constantly have society holding them back, or like feel like they're having society holding them down. And then you get other people who will find loopholes in society, like, I'm gonna fuck 100 women this year and pretend like I'm just a really charismatic dude who loves women, but in reality this dude is shutting off like a whole potential of the extreme difficulty that it takes to form like a deeper relationship with like a certain individual. And then it can get worse than that, right? Like these people are constantly feeling insecure because they didn't have probably a good childhood or whatever, and eventually they end up like intentionally hurting someone or manipulating someone, and they probably do this in a certain sense to feel like they have control over themselves and their life and their situations. And like with Destiny or with like Elon Musk or someone like that, it's pretty obviously from like a weird lack of fulfillment that they have. Like, did you hear recently that Elon Musk told every fucking, what was it? I only read this once. He told like every official that they had to send him an email about what they did with their week, and if they didn't tell Elon what they did that week, he considered it a resignation.
Yeah.
This is just like a massive flex of like ego and power. It might have some sort of like political movement. Like if it worked, then he would have been like, this cements me as like the guy. But like in reality, the need to do that so blatantly is just like a supermassive sense that he needs other people to think that about him, as opposed to him being content and happy in himself as being the hero of his own story, right? As
I
well as like a
think
lack of
Elon
respect for like the
Probably,
world.
like, affected by
What's that?
mentally. I think Elon Musk is probably hurting. Like he's kind of a fucked up person mentally. I believe
Yeah.
that.
Imagine the self-harm of trying to do something so big and grand and then it not working out. It must be like proportional to how good that would have felt if it had worked out, but it's so unrealistic that it was never gonna work. So he's just like self-harming by pulling that shit off. It's the same with him having like 13 kids and then fucking Carson or like whatever the fucking retard news presenters are like, he's like a family man, and it's like, bro, this guy is like spawning children and I don't know if any of them sincerely like love him or treat him well, so he's just like generating offspring to resent him. Like the self-harm is through the roof. This is like an insane abomination of like the way things should be, but as a human he's like trying to attach himself to the most like pure meaning of like what it means and goodness and yada yada yada, but it's just corrupted at some point and he's just unable to like push forward. Yeah, hopefully he reincarnates as something a lot more retarded who can like barely operate and never gets laid, and then maybe he'll like learn the value of getting laid and having kids, and then he can reincarnate in a life after that as someone who finally is like a good father. Fuck. Oh, Jesus Christ. What's going on with
For me,
Moontyre?
like
You should DM me Moontyre and tell me why you can't talk. Oh, go ahead. Cool dinosaurs.
yeah, for me, like someone I've like idolized in my life has been Destiny, right? Like I
Right.
thought like the way he like think through things, the way he was able to like defend himself like verbally against people like conservatives and stuff. I thought that shit was really cool. How he like went from being a what was it, the carpet cleaner to like a big streamer. That was like inspiring stuff.
Yeah.
And
I
mean,
always had a view on Destiny, which I think is serving me pretty well, where I was always like, it's not like he went from the bottom to the top, it was like he was always kind of like a weird loser who made it. So he still is kind of like a weird loser. So like
I mean,
when
he
I
hadn't
feel like
always
him-
made it. Like when he was young, he was kind of poor, right? I mean, his family wasn't like homeless or super duper struggling or anything, but he had to like,
yeah.
what was
Apparently
it?
his parents
work
made
to
lots of
afford his
money.
high school tuition. And shit. Yeah,
Yeah,
they
like his parents were really
covered it
driven
through, like,
to
Amway
like
or
work
some
hard. Yeah, he always talks about his parents as being bad with money, but like his parents are also like super highly driven to acquire money, so like this is like a huge buff, as opposed to like being in the ghetto where it's like, oh, my parents are like alcoholics, don't work or don't work hard, are always taking the easy way out to get money, and then they're also bad with money as well. So there are definitely like pros to his life, pretty big ones. I just got a message. I got a notification from your Discord, but you were live, but there's no stream link there. Did it send a stream link to my Twitch or?
Is one of these rooms supposed to link to a stream?
Yeah, the stream announcement room. It's the very top one. That definitely has a link to my stream. You can view that very top row. That you can see like a stream announcement room can't you?
No. It's the name of the room should be stream announcement, right? Can't
Yeah,
see.
yeah. I'll send you a link to it and click that link and tell me what happens. I haven't obviously gone to check over this to make sure.
Okay.
When you click that, what do you see?
It opens just fine. It creates like a new hashtag in my Discord site thing.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, I see it now.
Yeah, apparently everyone got like a ping to like say, hey, Chris went live, but then none of them can actually see that room, which might be something to do with my roles and my like welcome into chat thing, which is weird.
Did you set this Discord up yourself?
Yeah. When you're
I
in my
understand.
room with me, can you see the mod chat and the mod notifications threads, like just above this room, or what do you see up there? Or can you send me a
No, I
screenshot
just...
of your sidebar?
Yep.
Thank you, thank you. I can obviously like be like view room as this role and have a look myself, which I probably should have done after like doing a whole bunch of work. What's it called? Like bug check my own work, but I do a lot of shit. Gets pretty exhausting. What the fuck? Do you speak Slavic?
I speak Finnish.
Oh, I see. You don't have any kind of accent, so...
I just sound American.
Yeah, yeah. I was about to say maybe you are American and then you learn Finnish. I wouldn't know. Is that your mother tongue? The Finnish
I'm
or the
ESL.
American? Hmm. Gotcha. Yeah, I was gonna wrap up a point where, you know, I was saying like it's a little bit silly to have these conversations. It's not because it's like, and then you were saying like, well, like we're all conscious, like you can't really do anything apart from be conscious. But it's just that like trying to summarize these things can be like very difficult, and I don't want to just like throw out like almost like a dismissive statement to say, well, like most people you meet are going to be like insecure in themselves. Most people are going to do this or like that. So I end up waffling on. Like a lot of people end up doing like pretty harmful stuff to themselves or to others in order to feel like there's something happening in their lives, right? Like and like it's weird. Like it's pretty, and they'll usually be like, they'll do it like with a group of other people. You know, they get caught up in like that crowd mentality, or they will or like a pretty classic one is like people coming into the Discord and being like, I did a bad thing, but I want you guys to tell me it was okay. Because if other people validate my bad actions, then like I don't have to feel bad about feeling bad. I don't have to like but it's like, well no, you should probably take your kids to the hospital. You know, you can't just like,
I mean, in the
come in here.
JSON Discord, I feel like people are rarely that straightforward. Everyone's usually like being ironic or memeing. People very rarely come in to ask for like actual genuine advice about anything, I don't think.
Yeah. It can be like, and like the group dynamics like reinforce that a lot. Like it is basically like a motto or a saying in there, like, but this is what everyone does. Or like, that's just this space, and if you can't handle it, maybe you should leave. And it's like, it's not that I can't handle it, But that doesn't mean I shouldn't bring it up or that it couldn't be better. Or that like the fact that the space is like that should really hold any weight. The space is probably like that because like some single person came here and sort of irrationally started being very cliquey or like being a massive bully, and they're only doing it because they got that from someone else in another space, and then that person got it from another space, and yada yada yada, and then like a random internet meme culture of like crazy irony randomly forms. And we could talk about like the tug and pull of cultural influences like on the internet to make that happen, but I am not the hive mind of the internet, and neither of you. We're both like unique individuals who have the higher human intelligence to act the way we want to act, but it's like a muscle. It takes effort to do it, and it's scary to go up against the horde, especially when people like to like moral frog a lot, where they will be like doxing's bad, and then they'll like, oh fuck, dude, I need to untangle tables. Yeah, people will like moral frog, where they'll be like, I want to love everyone, and I want to do this, and I want to do that, but then like they'll not understand the concept that like actually living up to your morals should be really difficult, and as useful as it is to claim that you have these morals, if you really lived them, you would never have to say that shit out loud. It's almost like the same as that validation thing, right? Like the people out there always being like, I'm a feminist, I love women, are
like
they're
for example,
they want
like
people to tell them that. They want people to return fire, but like, yeah, you are a feminist, and liking women is good, which makes you good. And it's like, yeah, that's right. But then it's like, shouldn't we be saying that like you actually abuse women in order for the cause of feminism? You know, because you seem to do that. You know, you could say that to someone, and they'll be like, well, I couldn't do that because I'm a feminist. And I'm like, that's not the way you're living.
You know how on Twitter, some people will be super ass mad about things like 2-year relationship gaps, like say an 18-year-old and a 20-year-old dating, and they'll say that's like pseudo pedophilia or something.
Yeah,
it's like,
this is exactly it.
Okay, even if someone's an adult, you can still have like conversations about like age gaps, or how inappropriate they are or not. But even if you find some like objectionable thing, it isn't necessarily like the worst thing ever. And like it's just like very black and white, like all or nothing kind of view to morality. And
so a statement like that is just signaling something about themselves, right? It's not like a more in-depth statement about the concept as a whole of age gaps, and it's definitely not something that respects individualism. There might be some people who find the deepest love and the most fulfilling and satisfying life possible, and that might include a 2-year age gap for that person. And if you want to take that away from that person, you are objectively being a bad person and doing a bad thing in the cause of, and you're only doing it because you need people to know that you have this like moral standing that you have to tell them all the time, and you're willing to make yourself feel better by like spouting that off all the time. You're willing to like hurt that individual and fuck with their life in order to make sure that you feel good about yourself and that you're allowed to say these things that you're allowed to say. Like, it's fucking retarded.
Yeah, I get what you're talking about.
Yeah. I've been thinking about like ideology a lot lately. Over the past like 5 years, the word ideology has become like more mainstream. It's not like hugely mainstream, but I started to notice leftists, they've stopped doing it for about a year, but like 1 year ago to 3 years ago, there was like a bit of a leftist motto where they were saying, I am an ideologist, and like, this is my ideology. Hassan and shit would say it, and
Yeah, like
I
I'm a
really didn't like it.
propagandist, that stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Now he admits to being a propagandist. Yeah. I really don't like it because I just view ideology
a lot
as
of them
like
might
one of the
be-
most brain-rotting, detached ways to ever present to the world. And if you want other people to be ideologists, then you yourself don't really want them to be people, and you don't respect them as people. And then they themselves are also, as ideologists, going to respect ideas more than people, which is rough.
Some of the Twitter stuff of like emphasizing the importance of like ideology, I think just comes from people like what is misunderstanding. They think that like ideology means the same thing as just having like some kind of moral framework or having some sort of like positions, and like they'll say that they'll
Yeah.
insult people for having no ideology as being like spineless centrists who don't really know anything about the world, or don't really have any feelings one way or another about anything really.
Yeah, when I think that there's probably a few key points to ideology, but like one of the main ones is that you're trying to like infect it into other people, and it like overrides anything else, right? Basically, pretty much. As well as like, it's a fundamental judgment of your character whether or not you believe in my ideology. That's the other weird part of it. Bom, bom, bom. Dude, some dude just started water blasting right outside my window. I'm glad my mic isn't picking that up. Does it every morning, to be honest. But I can hear like the pressure sensor of the
Taking care of his own.
yeah. Bom.
Do you live in your own house?
Nah, I'm pretty destitute. I'm like an unemployed NEET. I
You
was
live
at
in, like, a
university.
flat.
I live in like a building next to a hospital that used to house nurses. So there's like 4 floors with like 30 rooms each floor, and I'm on. Oh, actually, there's 5 floors. And then they converted it to be like essentially like a halfway house. So I sort of live in this like fucking halfway house. But there's we still can't hear you, Moon. Maybe you can hear us. But I'm not sure. Apparently, Moon can't hear anything.
I can't hear you.
Yeah. What was I saying? I don't know. Yeah, basically, I just live in this. There's not much housing like in New Zealand. So like room prices went up. So I have like a pretty decent sized room here, but I pay a lot of money to live here. And it's not great. Like I have to like share a little kitchenette, and there's like better kitchens downstairs, and but yeah, like there's fucking drug addicts and like disabled people and gang members and stuff that all like live in the same building as me. It's kind of fucked, but yeah, it is what it is. I when I was at uni and shit, I fell off my skateboard and got like a massive brain injury and like amnesia, and then like from then on, it wasn't like recognized by the state or the government or the universities or anything that I had like become like disabled. So I just had to like keep working like through that, and so I trained up my body to be like physically strong and like started working in like construction and crap like that.
Explain the brain injury. Like what was affected?
I hit the back lobe of my head at like 30 miles an hour on the concrete, and was unconscious for a few hours, and then I don't remember anything for like 4 or 5 days, and then I have little patches of memory of like the time for like the next 9 months. And then for like a few years, this happened in like 2016, maybe 2017.
Crazy.
And-
You were
and
kind
then-
of out of commission for a while there.
Yeah, pretty fucked. I would like vomit like a lot, like every day and stuff as well. And then like when I started like increasing my heart rate, I could feel like bits of my meat and brain and shit, like you know, like all the capillaries had been crushed, so I could feel the blood like trying to force its way through. Which, you know, the doctor was like, don't do that. You might just die. But I did it and I didn't die, so whatever. But there's even like psychological effects and stuff, right? Like, you know, like with Destiny, like when he did his mushroom trip and then he would start having like panic attacks and shit.
Yeah.
I had stuff like whenever I smoked weed, I would like throw up, all the blood would like drain, all my blood would like rush into my core, so I would feel like faint, and then I would you know, like start hyperventilating and have like a panic attack like I was about to die. Or like dreams of like falling back, and like dreams of like a sense of falling and like coma, like dreaming of being in a coma, you know, kind of thing.
No.
So that shit was like real weird. And yeah, memory loss. Probably like mood. My mood changed. And even now that I'm like mostly, my brain should mostly be healed. I'm not sure if I'm in like a constant state of cognitive decline, because like, you know, there's a chance that like 10 or 15 years from now I might be like totally brain dead, because yeah, apparently that happens. So yeah, stuff like that is like pretty cringe, pretty weird. But yeah, and it was like pretty disheartening as well, because I was like 25 and I'd been like always a really hard worker, and then now and then like I'm living my life with like a guaranteed perception that I'm working towards like a really good career on like the upper end of society, right? Like I'm going to be a lawyer, I'm going to be like a respected historian, classicist, lawyer, you know, like I'll have hobbies, I'll have this, I'll have that.
And history.
What's that?
You're studying for both law and history.
Yeah, getting 2 degrees is a good way to like set yourself apart from other law students. Although like probably like more than half of the law students I knew did dual degrees as well. Then again, I don't know every law student, so maybe a lot of them weren't. But it would have been cool. I could have like traveled the world with like a knowledge of like ancient Hebrew, ancient Greece, and like global history, as well as like, you know, like a law degree from New Zealand. But yeah, suddenly this guaranteed path towards like success is like taken away, and I have been working incredibly hard even in high school. You know, like if you want to go to like Yale University or whatever, like the big ones, you got to be like involved in every aspect. You want to be like a social volunteer,
Yeah,
you want to be like
sports,
in the head of your school, you want to get perfect marks, you also want to have a lot of job experience. So I had all of those things. I was like a head boy, I ran sports teams, I had worked like really hard like in restaurants and paper routes and volunteering for charities ever since I was like 12 years old. And then I just got this fucking brain injury and I'm totally fucked. I can't work in restaurants. Like I tried to go back to like work in restaurants and shit, and I hypothetically know what I'm meant to be doing, but I just like keep fucking it up like constantly. As well as I have amnesia, so I'm not even really aware when I'm not doing something that I'm supposed to be doing, right? I just like look around, and I have ADHD as well, so I have like a really highly trained ability to not be paying attention or not really know what's going on, but then pull in a whole bunch of clues from the world around me and then compile it into what I think I should be doing and what I think is the right answer. So that's like very natural for me and actually very, very useful. Like I'm pretty right, I'm pretty correct like pretty often when I do that, and it's especially useful in like English class, or not, it's not useful in like math class, right? But like it can be useful like in a lot of ways. But when you have amnesia, you will be doing that and then not realize that there are things from 10 or 15 seconds ago that everyone around you is aware of that you're not aware of, so they're still way ahead of you within that, you know. So that was like a very strange throwback. Yeah, so now I'm like that. Yeah, I definitely think the brain injury maybe made my ADHD worse. I think my ADHD got worse before that as well. Although I'm not sure. There was a lot of ways I was coping with the stress of like the ADHD and the high pressure that I was putting on myself. And a lot of ways that I wasn't coping with it as well. Like I should have made friends who were more like myself. Instead, I was surrounded by people who were like very lazy, and they liked hanging out with me because I had traits and self-reflection that they didn't have but they wanted, and they kind of felt like they had that by hanging out with me. But really these people are like, they're leeching, right, off of my self-work, self-development, introspection. They do look more like they have those traits to other people when they hang out with me. So that was kind of fucked. And then, you know, obviously once I'm like a brain damaged retard, those people didn't have like much value in me anymore. So like now those people are like not my friends. Because yeah, they're like actual fuckwits. Those people are like massive losers as well in their adult life. It's funny to look at.
The people you're describing sound like they would be normal, like fairly successful people, like middle class people, if they manage to just hang on to other successful people and sort of ride their coattails. It seems like a way to get somewhere in life.
Yeah, those can be traits, probably pretty common traits in the middle class. But as far as like me as a person, I had like a problem with social dynamics where I would be like very forgiving of people, or almost like I'm not even taking note of like their bad behavior, and as such the people and the friends that I ended up hanging out with from a young age were kind of like dickheads that I think a lot of regular people would look at and be like, oh, that guy is like a kind of like a bit of a narcissist. And I didn't really think about it, didn't really look at it, and I would just look at those people as like, oh, well, like, I'm like a bombastic like little ADHD dude who's always like very engaged in what he's doing, and I'm a bit of a Giga Chad, and so these other like narcissistic kind of asshole Giga Chads would come up to me and they would bully me, and then I would bully them back, and I would be like, oh, we're just like two gladiator Vikings like hanging out together, and then those dudes would love that because I'm giving them like a solid feedback loop, as well as the fact that like I said before, I'm also giving them a sense that they are like me, but they're not like me. They're not like trying hard. They're not really pushing for things. And I'm not even aware that this is like a mindset that they could possibly have.
Giga Chads. So were these people like fuck ups, or were they like popular like athletes at school, or
yeah,
why
did
they feel like they were like you?
They're not like super popular, but they are like athletes. But they were also like kind of like bullyish and you know, a little bit self-important, but for some of those friends, they could like write it off as just being like a bit of a goofy dude. Like one of them was like pretty smart and one of them was like pretty dumb, and the dumber one was way more popular than the smarter one. The smarter one would cope really hard that he was like a super awesome athlete, and even though he was like 6'3" and pretty stocky, he was also like kind of fat and lazy. And even though he could maybe get into like the better classes in school, he wasn't like hardworking or like very good in those classes. Like he would be like in the best biology class, or biology didn't have like rankings. A lot of the classes I went into, there would be like 300 children in my year. So you have 10 biology classes and 10 English classes, and those classes are all ranked 1 to 10. So I would always be in 1 or 2 in the very top class, because 1 and 2 are the same ranking. And for 1 or 2 of those classes, this dude would make it in there with me. So in some things, he's smart enough to like do well, and it's like he's smart enough, or he's big and strong enough to be on the best rugby team, but he's not like exceptional in any way. And
No, but
he
still
would act
sounds
like
like
he was.
if he continued on doing what he's doing, he'd eventually come to live like an okay-ish, like middle-class life. Or his situation doesn't sound horrible. I mean,
Well, no, this guy ended up going to university, not trying, completely failing. His dad died. His dad died, and his mum kind of hates him. And his dad just worked on like the wharf, so he inherited like $10,000 from his dad's will, and he just spent the rest of his life playing PUBG and like being incredibly racist with like some friends on the internet who live in Australia, and he had never met these dudes. He never sent them a picture of himself, and he just told them that he was like the strong, muscly dude who's like really cool and funny, but really he was like morbidly obese, sitting in his computer room. He even had like a girlfriend, and he told me he had like, and she was like beautiful, like a beautiful model, but she was very like a ditzy star girl who was incredibly vain. And I ended up sending her a clip of me and him singing "It's Raining Men." Like we were driving to the supermarket and we're singing "It's Raining Men," and then like a day or two later, he bursts into the lounge and he just stares at me, like filled with like rage and like tears or like whatever. And then she messages me and she's like, "Oh, you fucked up." And I was like, "How did I fuck up?" And yeah, I found out that they've never even met, and she doesn't even know what he looks like. And she realizes suddenly that he's like 350 pounds.
I thought you were gonna say that she broke up with him because he sounds gay.
Nah. So he could be like pretty funny, and I thought he should be like a streamer or something, but because he was also like the best PUBG player in Australia and New Zealand. So I'm like, why don't you stream? Like you can make hundreds of dollars, and build like a personality around yourself. But there's like a real sense of like narcissistic insecurity to him. Like I said, this is one of those people who would attach themselves to me and constantly try to put me down, but simultaneously present themselves as if they had the traits that I had that they don't have. So she ended up moving in with us for like a few weeks, but it seemed like she was mainly just looking to not pay rent, get money off him, and he, not only was he hiding the way he looked about himself, he was probably like very carefully and constantly manipulating his personality to be like nonchalant, so he's not obsessed with her even though she's like a super hot model. So then she's like, "Oh, this guy isn't like other dudes who get obsessed with me, you know, like that's cool," and this and that.
So
But
just to be clear, just
yeah.
for me, this is all happening pre-brain injury while you're like at college doing
Nah, this is actually
your
after
double
my brain
degree.
injury. This was more recent.
Okay.
yeah. If I hadn't had my brain injury, I wouldn't really be back hanging out with these dudes. But what happened with that is, so you know how I said there's another friend who's similar to this guy but really dumb, and that guy is a lot more popular. The dumber one ends up never getting a job. By the time me and him were like 18 or 19, he owed me about $500. So he would always borrow money and never pay it back. He's the kind of guy, another friend of ours passed out drunk, and he would always have the parties at his house. So his mum is the principal of a school in Qatar, and it is the top school in Qatar. So she is the principal of like a primary school, like for little kids, but it's for all of the super wealthy oil barons and millionaires and billionaires, right? So his mum is very successful for someone who just started off as a school teacher. She has basically, you know, pushed herself around the world to be in the most successful place. And he has 5 brothers, and one of his brothers is like a doctor in philosophy, one of them is a history teacher, one of them is a geologist, and another one is also like a sociology teacher. So the brothers are all fine, and then he's the middle child, and he's the biggest. He's one of the biggest, most muscular dudes I've ever met, and he, you know, his parents try to get him to play like professional rugby and sport, and he totally could be. He gets trained by like, the best coaches, but he just lives his life smoking weed. You know, like a lot of the money he borrowed from me was like for weed. By the time he is like 25 or 26, he develops like schizophrenia from just doing all kinds of different drugs. And his parents buy him like vehicles, and he just spends his time driving around New Zealand. And I look in the back of his truck, and he's got like power tools, and he's like, yeah, like I do odd jobs, and I go plant trees and like do this or that, do that. But what he's really doing is driving out to the west coast of New Zealand, where there's no real cities in the west coast. It's all small towns and people who want to like live far away from everything, and tourists like exploring the beautiful countryside. And he's just out there breaking into cars, stealing shit to get more drugs. And he loves hanging out with gang members. He like idolizes you know, these dudes because they're like tough and cool, and yada yada yada. And yeah, and he develops schizophrenia, and he's like a thief, and he's crazy. But he also is kind of retarded and kind of has like a charisma in that retardation. And he also has this like really supportive and successful family who he's very happy to lie to constantly. So they end up buying him a house after he ends up in the mental hospital. It's very surprising this guy hasn't been to jail as well. He's been in a lot of physical confrontations. It's very lucky he's not like a rapist or something. His biggest role model in life is Genghis Khan, because Genghis Khan traveled across the world with and got to have like orgies with another little Chinese girl every night. So this is literally like his hero. But I end up now that we're older, he owes me like a few $1,000s. But he's also the kind of person, whenever I explain to him like, hey, I love you like a brother, and you're having all these problems, and when I explain to him and take a lot of time and effort to like go into the detail with his problems, he gets upset, and he's very likely to make sure to quickly go tell anyone else who knows me what I told him, except he reverses it, right? He's like, Crispy owes me money, and Crispy chased a girl down the street like screaming at her, and yada yada yada. And he's so consistent, and he's so emotionally upset and invested. It's hard to know how much he even believes his own version of reality. I don't know if he believes what he's saying. Obviously, some of it he doesn't. But that's part of the
Just to
charisma.
be, so these are people you're still hanging out with, both of these dudes.
Yeah, yeah. By the time I went to live with them, I hadn't seen them for like most of my adult life. And like I said, I would just like forgive. A lot of people would forgive that second guy, the dumb one. So, like a good example was like we're all having like drinks at his place, and then everyone's like, "Let's go to town." And one guy has passed out from drinking, and he takes that guy's wallet, and then when he's at the bar, he's like, drinks are on Jerem, and he pulls out Jerem's FPOS card and buys everyone drinks, and he never pays Jerem back. He never really acknowledges it was a fucked up thing to do, and everyone kind of just forgives him and, you know, thinks it's like hilarious because it is like kind of funny. But it's also kind of fucked up to like, you know, steal off your friends for an incredibly short term thing. But that's kind of just the way that guy lives. It's like Stifler. He's like kind of like Stifler or something. Except he's really bad with women and you know, yada yada yada.
It seems like you recognize this as like a guy that is super bad to like associate with. But you still make it seem like you hang out with him like regularly. Like, what's going on with that? Why haven't you distanced yourself from him? Can you not do that?
I don't hang out with him anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's so. You know the thing where the guy's supermodel girlfriend came and realized he was fat, but then they ended up together and stuff. The reason I was hanging out with them then was because I had always been friends with the family of, you know, all the brothers. It's 5 brothers, and then the mum lives in what's it called? Qatar. And they are always like covering for him, and they're also like thoughtful people, and the whole family is like nice to hang out with. And my family wasn't so great, so I would spend a lot of time at their house, basically like living with their family. And I met like a lot of other young guys who did this as well. Like another really close friend of mine is this guy called Shimon, and Shimon's dad left before Shimon was born, and his mum was like a hippie who just wanted to like travel and, you know, like manage orchards and do all kinds of stuff. Hold on, my headphones are... So yeah, so Shimon would go live with them as well. It's not like foster care, but it's kind of also like foster care. Like his parents didn't really care if they woke up in the morning and there was like 20 boys sleeping in the gaming room. They didn't care if you made like a huge mess. They didn't really care if you went and ate food out of their cupboard, although like a little bit they would. Like, we didn't like tell people like, oh, go eat all the food. So like most people have like the general social awareness that you don't just help yourself to other people's cupboards. But you know, like at times when I was hanging out there for a few days, they didn't really mind. Well, looking back on it, I think I used to basically go eat out and eat all my own food because, like I said, I worked. I was also like a head boy and like working ever since I was like 12 years old. By the time I was like 15, I was working a full-time job and trying to get the best marks in school. So yeah, I had a lot of cash. Plus, I was like selling weed as well.
So,
Yeah.
you say you had this like hard family life, and it doesn't seem like you come from any real money. Like, why were you trying so hard? What was pushing you? It doesn't seem like your parents were really helping you out in any way.
No, my parents, my dad grew up like really, really poor in Scotland. Like he had like, he was like, there was like him and 5 siblings, and they lived in like a 2-bedroom apartment. And he came to New Zealand, traveling the world, and got my mum pregnant, and then went back to Scotland and started writing her love letters, like, you know, it'll be fine, like things will be okay. So he can be like a real sweetheart. And then when he's like 21, 22, he moves to New Zealand and, you know, starts a family with my mum. And he has like a very driven immigrant mentality to like work and work and work and work. And I'm the youngest child. So like then like 7 years later, I'm born. And over the course of that 7 years, he's already managed to get like a really nice like middle class house and life going. And then by the time I'm like 10 or 11, he has got his own business, but like it's not exactly like a business like you would think. He's not like super financially literate. He's just like frugal and very literal. He might have autism or something. Good with his hands. You know, he likes like all the boomer shit. Like he loves James Bond because he's out there working every day and he likes to think of himself as like the guy who gets to be the James Bond character or whatever. And he never really got an education. So like he's just like very invested in like working with your hands and getting to like, oh, I know about trucks and diggers and cars and this and that, and this is this type of stuff you learn hands on. So so he ends up like doing pretty well for himself, but he's like very socially unaware. So there's a lot of like violence and pressure like in my home, as well as like my mum is like pretty weird as well, and so she's like dealing with the kids more, and she has like a very strange like gender dynamic thing going on where as a man and as a boy you have like a lot of responsibility, and you're also like a scary little monster. So it was always sort of okay for her to like take out any frustration on like the boys in her family. And then dad, like even though he was, you know, wrote her the love letters and stuff, I think living with him would have been super stressful because he would dismiss like any concern or worry that you have. And I think it just like drove my mum like more crazy over time. And so she would like take that out on me as like the youngest boy. And then I had like ADHD and other stuff like that. And then like so my brothers and sisters would also follow the example of my parents, which I think my brothers and sisters don't really have like a very good concept of like being like romantically involved with their partners, because my parents didn't really seem to be like in love throughout their relationship because they're very dismissive of each other. But they would never get a divorce. Like there's these like pros and cons. There's like a surface level way you can like look at my childhood and be like, well, like you had a nice house, and like don't you know that like 60% of marriages get a divorce, and like your parents have been together for 30 years, which is like a really special thing. And that is like a kind of frustrating thing to deal with, because as a kid I'm like, I know that there's something like really really wrong here, and I can't really tell anyone about it, because if I do, they can just point to these other things to be like, no, it's fine. And it's like, well, yes, I'm like doing very well in school, but I still have ADHD, right? And it's like, yes, my parents aren't divorced, but they're like beating me up every night, and my brothers and sisters mistreat me and beat me up.
The ADHD untreated?
I got medicated last week. So,
Oh, okay, so yeah, it wasn't.
yeah, I'm 32, and I finally got medicated, and it just like changed my life instantly. Instantly changed my life. So this is basically how I end up having the motivation to do the things, you know, like work really hard and want to go be a lawyer and be successful, because
you want to get out of the house.
Yeah, I want to get out of the... When I was 16, I moved to Germany, and then I came back to New Zealand and finished school, and then moved back to Germany. and I was just never going to come back. And I never asked anyone for help. My parents never gave me money. They never gave me like care and attention to like the stresses of my life or my problems. Like I said, they probably mistreated me more so and like made fun of me for having any problems. Or most commonly with my dad, he would just say that's not reality, was basically like his catchphrase throughout my life. Maybe that's what drove me into like philosophy and like a deeper understanding of things. Because then I would be like, well, if you want to like have these one-off catchphrases, like I'm gonna drag you into deep waters and make you realize that you have no clue what you're saying, and yeah, you sort of flaunt your position as the man of the house like a tyrant, and like if there's any action outside of it, like you do violence, and then you're emboldening your wife and your children to like also do violence. And there's crazy things to look at, like both my sisters had children when they were like 14 or 15, and we're meant to be like this Christian household with like strong values, but really my sisters had their sexuality never discussed and actively repressed, and they immediately like lashed out as soon as they came of age, or before they even became of age, right? As soon as they understood like the social dynamic of sexuality, they just went out there and started fucking and having babies and doing like drugs and hanging out with like criminal losers. And my brother like cheats on his wife as well, but they're like married now and having a kid, and they've already had a kid. But on the same note, my brother's 7 years older than me. So when I went to university, for 1 year I went and lived in the capital city where he lives, and I got to see the way he'd been an adult for 7 years by that point. And even then I was like, oh, you're just like you're like a government agent who, you know, has his career and has his girlfriend that he's had for like a while, but you're just going out and drinking and trying to pick up chicks, and you just have this like totally superficial view of things in the world, and like you're actually, I don't have like much respect for the way you treat your life at all. And then I'm like, why do all of my brother and my sisters, they all have the most meaningful relationships in their lives, like getting married and yada yada yada, they are a massive burden on their partners. Like, it is fucking weird. I don't get it. And I'm like the opposite. I have like I don't really date because I want to be like better than I am for my partners, whereas like I think my brothers and sisters would have an entirely different mindset, where they were like, I have to date and I have to have a partner, and it's like really important that I get to like fuck a bunch of people and like whatever, because that's what makes me like a good person. Whereas for me, I'm like, I see the way they act and I want to be better than that. I think it's hard to self-analyze, but yeah, stuff like that.
Are you like a virgin?
No, I've got like a body count of like 30 or 40.
So did you at some point like change your mind on how you view sex?
Yeah. When I was like 16, I started dating a girl in Germany, and I went to live with her, and I'd already had sex with another girl before her. Even when I was like 14 and 15, I had girlfriends who like offered to have sex with me, and I openly laughed in one of their faces. Like, I'm a kid, right? I don't have riz, and kids are like kind of cruel, so I didn't think about holding back my like how funny I thought it was, but I laughed in her face and was like, we are 13 years old, I'm not fucking you. And she was like ashamed, and obviously she was dealing with her own stuff. She'd been raped by like her sister's boyfriend, I think, so she wanted to have sex with me, probably because like it's like a value, you know, it's fucked up. Yeah, so I'm not like a virgin. And then I went to Germany to live with this girl, and it didn't really work out. So when I came back, I just had like more casual. I tried to just have like casual, like not like casual sex. Like I would have a girl who I would have sex with, but I would tell her like I don't know if I can like be your boyfriend or like be a good partner, and I'm afraid of like being hurt. But I was pretty clumsy with it. To the point where like I really liked her just like a girlfriend, and I never told her that. So one day she just like up and left, and I was like really upset about it for like a long time. And that sort of dynamic just kind of went on and on and on, even to this day, I guess. There was like a point where it was like maybe 1 or 2 years in my life where I slept with like 10 or 15 women, because I had more of a mindset of like, if people want to give me nice things, I should just be like more open to it. And as a byproduct of that, I stopped like turning down women.
Okay, but right now at this moment, you are turning down women because you feel like you have to develop yourself more as a person before you can actually get into a relationship.
Yeah, and like as a fear of like being hurt, yeah, just
Have you
as
been
a
hurt?
fear. Like, yeah. It's kind of like difficult to like make relationships. What's that movie? Is it Jim Carrey or is it another actor? And he's like, why is it whenever like a woman pays me the slightest bit of attention, I just like fall madly in love with her? Why can't I like control myself? And I'm like, oh, that's pretty relatable. But a lot of that is that I'll be like pretty clear with like the woman I date, that I'm like, I wouldn't start dating you unless I was like pretty serious about it. And then after like a year or two of us like dating and like me like trying really really hard, there's, you know, just like this part of her personality which she has never worked on, never fixed, and has never like taken accountability for, to make it clear to me like this is the way she thinks things are. You know, like women will like lie to you, right? They'll tell you like they'll be like, I want to hear romantic things and I want to hear about this amazing future that we're gonna have together, and then I end up like thinking like, okay, I can put up with the difficulties that we're facing now, like traveling the world or like working hard to give us a future together. But the woman herself might be more like losing her love and interest in me simply because I'm not paying enough attention to her. And I'm like, well, like we're both talking about like this amazing future, right? So like one of my girlfriends was the daughter of like a multimillionaire, so she didn't really realize how hard it was for me to support her and how hard I was working. She just sort of assumed that like any man would work that hard, and that she would never have to like contribute, and that she wouldn't even really have to like support me through that. You know, so that was kind of weird. And one day I think her dad just bought her like a masseuse and just like pushed her to like being with other men, and then she was just like really romantic as well, so she was just like easily like manipulated by her dad into like breaking up with me. I don't know, another girlfriend I had just turned out to be like a crazy drug addict. When I got the amnesia, I'd been dating this girl for 2 weeks, and the reason I fell off my skateboard and had the brain injury is because earlier on that day, I think she had thrown some plates and cutlery at me, and she was being crazy jealous about me looking at another girl, which I hadn't looked at. And on top of that, I think I was starting to think that she might have still been fucking some of her other guy friends. So I'm like, and I was at university still, and it was the start of the year. So, oh no, it wasn't the start of the year. I met her at the start of the year, and it had been a few months, and then we started dating, and then I moved into a house with her. And I was sitting there thinking, like, man, I've been dating this girl for like 2 weeks, and it's really nice to like have a girlfriend. And I was already on my bit of my arc of like not wanting to date too many women or, you know, be close to someone, but then I was like, well, this girl seems like okay. But really she was just obsessed with me, and I had to learn to like not date women who are like obsessed with me. It feels nice and it feels like you're in love or whatever, but it's way better to date someone who is just like a more well-rounded person who has like a bit of a crush on you and wants to like work on it more slowly, right? But yeah, I'm like flying down this hill on my skateboard, a street skateboard, not a longboard. So normally I would longboard at like 40, 50 miles per hour, like 100 kilometers per hour, and I'm fine. Like I'm skilled enough to like not worry about that. But this time I was on a street skateboard going still very fast, but not a speed that was beyond what I was used to. And the problem was I was thinking about how fucked up it was that I had this girlfriend and that I just moved in with her, and I wasn't looking at where I was going because I was just going in a straight line. And I hit like a pile of gravel and got sent flying like 4 or 5 meters. I basically was going fast enough that my body got sent flying the width of the road, and all of the skin on like the back of my head and my upper shoulders got like ripped off on the road. And I instantly forgot how fucked up she was, and I ended up dating her for like 2 years. And some friends of mine, for like quite a few months, were trying to explain to me like, you're in a really abusive relationship, like she is fucking with you, and like you're becoming real fucked up and like depressed and real sad, and you don't know what's going on because you've got amnesia. And I was like, oh, true. I had amnesia and like an apathy to things as well. Like there was a point where after like a year of dating her and not really being able to work and stuff, I was just sleeping on like a mattress on a floor, and I had my computer sitting on like a beer crate and like an empty house. And I was too depressed to dry my bed sheets, so I was sleeping on like a wet mattress with like wet sheets, and I couldn't tell if I was like wet or cold. I was just like mentally fucked. And a friend of my crazy girlfriend's came over, and he gave me opium, like black tar opium, not like black tar heroin, just like black tar opium. And I like smoked it, and it like that people have the same. This is why they medically give people like ketamine, because it'll like free you from like a mental grip. So yeah, luckily this drug dealer like saw me like totally fucked up, and he's like, I know what you need, and he gave me this like stuff, and it like pulled me out of like an incredibly heavy weight. Yeah, that was really weird. And then another friend of mine was hanging out with that girl, and he didn't do drugs or anything, and he was a little bit younger than us. We were like 25 and he was like 20, 21. But out of all of the friends I made in that town, I liked him the most. And his dad left before he was born as well, and his mum was like also like a hippie, but his mum had sort of corroded her brain by reading too many books on astrology and doing too many mushrooms. His mum was really funny. She would just like show up to like parties with like his friends and just start like drinking and like hanging out and being like, oh yeah, cool, and just like involve herself in these parties. And they were like, why is this old schizo hippie like hanging out with us? And then they were like, oh, that's Rohan's mum. And one day Rohan, who is a very sensible young man, comes up to me, and this other guy who was my next door neighbor, I introduced my next door neighbor to Rohan, and my next door neighbor was like this 44-year-old man who was like a professional artist. Like he would paint giant like billboard style shit, like a really, really prolific artist, and a lot of his friends were like international celebrity types, like C-list celebrities. But he lived very, very humbly, which is how I knew him. And I would just go sit with this guy, drink tea. He didn't care that I was basically like a retarded drug addict with all these loser friends. He did care about it, but he wouldn't like reject me for it. So I hang out with that guy a lot, and then he met Rohan, and he liked Rohan as well. But Rohan comes up to us, the two of us, one day, and he looks like shaken and really upset, and he starts crying, and he's normally so well put together. And what's happened is that someone had given him drugs, and because his mum was so drug fucked, this like really, really bothered him. It wasn't like life changing, and he wasn't like totally destroyed, but it was like very upsetting. And it turned out
He
my
was just
girlfriend.
traumatized at the prospect
Yeah.
of becoming like his mother.
Yeah, it's just probably brings back like a lot of memories. So he's normally a really tough dude. And yeah, it turns out my girlfriend put drugs in his tea, and then they realized that like she was probably putting drugs in my food as well, because I had like lived with her a lot, and I had fairly often, and you know, like I said, there was points where I was like so depressed that I was like sleeping on like bed sheets, and it was pretty obvious how fucked I was. So the artist guy ended up making like a picture of me, or he didn't make it. He would doodle things sometimes, but mainly we would just talk about it and laugh about jokes and stuff. Making big artworks is obviously like pretty expensive, so we wouldn't like spend a lot of money on it, or anything like that. But we would joke about me being like off the rails, and then like, and I really wanted to be like a cartoonist or something at the time. It was just like a hobby I had at the time. So we talked about making like a cartoon characters, and my girlfriend was like this like wicked witch, and the artist guy would be like a cat who would just like sit and watch, because that's what he was like in real life. He would usually just sit and watch us, and like once a week he would just like dispense some wisdom, and otherwise he would just like cook food, and we would hang out and have a good time with him. Very, very chill dude. He would just be working in his garden
This is
all
all
day or
when you're
whatever.
like, this is all when you're like an unemployed, like basically disabled person.
Yeah. And then what happened? Yeah, so it became more obvious that my girlfriend had been drugging my food, and then the times where I had like kicked her out of my life, I would go into withdrawal, and I wouldn't know that I had been going into withdrawal, and then she would come back, and then she would drug me again, and then I would feel really good, and then it would like smooth over those situations. I'm a lot more like malleable and adaptive, right? Because I'm high and don't realize. So I don't know how often she did that, or anything like that, and it's pretty weird that I like didn't notice. But yeah, that's
And there's
a
lot of
weird
crazy
situation of dating someone who's
happening in
obsessed
your
with
life,
you.
pretty
What was
pretty
that?
wild stuff. It seems like your life's been pretty eventful. Shit's happened.
Yeah. I got stories. I need to make up some stories about
What
going to
could-
Germany, but I don't know what to say about it.
I'm
I
looking
just
at
went to
your
Germany with a girl, but
I'm looking at your Discord. Are these people like? That's KT.
uh-huh.
She's typing like a fucking chat GPT bot. Like, it seems like these statements have nothing to do with each other. I'm confused.
Where you mean in Discord or inside chat?
In Kick.
In Kick, yeah. 22. Let me have a look around.
Do you have any specific goal in mind with coding? Do you want to try and get to a point where you could get like a job in the industry, or
Yeah, I'm
do you want to
treating it
make
like
an
a
indie
guaranteed
game?
path towards a solid income.
Okay.
And then if I can get enough money to do that, I would probably return to university and study like probably not law. I don't think at this point in my life I want to do that. I think I would rather study like physics and then become like a
Physics.
physics. Yeah.
Yeah. I just
And then I can become like a structural engineer or a coding and engineering or something like that. On the other hand, if I want to keep self-educating, I might like learn Blender because I know that this will be like incredibly useful for just like getting commissions off people. As well as like looking for other opportunities like
I mean, if you want to
yeah.
learn physics, why are you starting with coding? Wouldn't it be better to just study like all the high school stuff and then try to like apply to college, or
The way I
you're
look
trying
at
to be like a
things,
self-taught physicist?
no, the way I look at things is like high definition, high resolution and low resolution. So the physics thing is like 10 years down the line or something, whereas like the coding thing is like this is a definite thing that I can very clearly do, see, and engage with right now to be a more guaranteed path towards an improved life. And then so streaming is like a hobby on the side. So we'll do the coding and we'll go ahead with that, and then the streaming will hopefully keep growing as like a secondary hobby and objective. And through the streaming, I might end up like moving to America or something like that, and then that would
Why are you
probably
thinking so complicated about this? Why don't you like focusing on one thing, like say the coding, or if you really want to do physics with physics, then why do you need to like have this multi-step plan?
no, it's not like these aren't the same plan. This is just like a defining of my life as like the guaranteed thing to make money is coding. The hobby on the side, or the side hustle is like streaming. And then I need to incorporate having friends and relaxing and not applying pressure to myself and working on personal relationships. And then also working on myself personally as well. So like getting therapy, going to the gym, stuff like that would be like those would be like the 4 or 5 big things in my life. What about you? Don't you have like 4 or 5 things, or do you just like hyper focus on work or something at this point?
No, I'm just hyper focused on my college stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. Let me untangle my cables. It's frustrating.
And are you doing like a Code Academy course online? Are you doing like a ready-made course online for the coding stuff? Chris Gladys, if you're talking, I can't hear you. I think he had some audio. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was just resetting all my sound software and stuff. Yeah. How old are you? Because I definitely feel like you should probably try to keep up like social relationships, but otherwise,
I'm 22.
yeah, like when you're 22, it's perfectly fine to just hyper focus on that thing that is like very clear to you to lead you to like guaranteed success. Like your degree or like whatever it is.
Yeah. Kind of like a schizoid in real life. I don't really talk to many people.
Yeah. There is the other thing that like you want to like use the social thing as that's why I bring that up because there's like a limited amount of opportunities to do that. I think there might only be a limited amount of opportunities to like find a life partner and really develop like a close relationship with them. That sort of thing usually takes years, and it's like a lot of emotional investment, and it's very difficult to like know someone, which means that there's a part of your brain which has evolved to like fall in love, and give you lots of rewards for doing that very difficult thing. But there might only be like 6 or 7 opportunities in your life to find and try to work on that with someone. As well as like if you don't like take the opportunity to operate with people when you're at school and growing up and all that, you might not find a similar situation where it's that easy to get that much exposure to those things when you're older. So that's probably one of the best pieces of advice I would give to like a young adult. But I should probably crack into the coding right now.
Okay. Yeah, I should probably go to bed. See you sometime.
All right, thanks for hanging out, dude. All right. That went on for way longer than I was planning. I was meant to just like boot up the stream and start streaming. How you doing, chat? Hello, Katie Potato. I see you in chat. Hello, Fridgie. Hello, Pumpernickel. Hello, Full of Hell. Hello, Hoyd. Hello, Dung Devil. As well as the 6 other people who are watching. Welcome. We are up to day 2 of our 100 days of code, and that went on a lot longer than what I thought, and we could have already finished day 2 by now. So I was hoping to do day 2 and day 3, but I'm not sure how I'll feel after spending 2 hours doing day 2. Give me some time to set up my... I haven't even changed the name of my YouTube stream. Let's see if we got anyone on YouTube. Nah, the YouTube stream has not hit the algorithm yet, but that's okay. Last week, it wasn't even in the algorithm. One cool thing that I want to get set up is to get... I'm thinking Spotify, although I don't really want to pay for any kind of subscription. But if I can get Spotify going, I can hook that up into my streaming software so that we'll be able to play songs and it will like broadcast them out to you guys, and I'll be able to play like nice music while I'm coding. But it won't save those. It won't save that audio track to the VOD, which means I won't get DMCA'd on it when I upload that VOD afterwards, or when I want to edit that VOD out. When I want to edit it later on, I won't have to figure out a way to get that song out of the video. So that'll be cool. But for now, we just don't have that. But let's get the coding done so that we can play games. Yesterday, I spent quite a while getting the software set up to get into the learning, but hopefully now, whenever I want to start my coding software, this should just take me like 1 second to just like boot up PyCharm. We've got the website open right there. I don't need to boot Python. I just need the learning website. And there's me. Hello chat. It's me. It's me. It's Chris Bledis. What a stretch. Dude, my spine just clicked. It's good though. It's a good pain. It's a growing pain. Like, it'd be really cool. Maybe text-to-speech wouldn't be great right now when I'm trying to focus on the coding, but a song requester could be nice. There's a curtain over there that's like blowing in the wind. Maybe I should close that curtain, because when it blows in the wind it lets the sunlight in. Maybe I should just open my curtains and let all the light in, and then I can see how that looks. Big bomber clot.
When my fuck pussy. Pussy third red. Reggae Selector UK. Emda. You know I think. Fully active, my father. Yo! One leap of blood clot smoking out the air. Fucking out the kitchen, she was fucking out the chair. Fucking out the bathroom, cock it up upon the stairs. And when me stepping out the club, every gal a draw near. Every gal a go on bad. Me have the style and pattern to make the gal and go on bad. Pussy off it happy, pussy off it sad. Pussy off it climax type, pussy you fi have. Shiggity wickedy slam. Lick up up me talawat and body long. If you're looking for your 1 minute man, goddamn, she get the wrong man. Big bumbo class me for busting on me head. A sexy gal say she want to give me head. When me fuck pussy, pussy turn red. Gymnastic, now the pussy dead. When me day I pour more down on Aggo's head. West Cumberland, Waterford, 3 West. Wake up in the morning, you know so that me bless. Smoke so much weed, them think I naughty dread. Come me no give a fuck, me no give a rascal. Bedroom bully, let the pussy talk. big dirty bass. The one you fully dark, a holy pussy blood clot. You know we fully dark. Stepping out the dance, laugh and a bra. They bread all me money, run my money fast, meaning in a funny talk. Chick Glock there, everybody gone. I miss a listen to me clear. Hey, I miss a listen to me clear. If you drinking water, if you drinking beer, everybody gone, man, just step it up another gear. Say she want to fuck me, whisper in my ear. Very hot gal, nobody to compare. Gal, back it up, wanna bend your spine. High grade and grabber, very nice time.
There's a place that I found. As far as I can see, this place lies within the depths of my dreams. In a garden surrounded by fire and trees. Through the smoke, a silhouette I can barely see. There's a man with an axe standing in the rain. Look me straight in my eye. This is what he had to say. You won't wake up before he does. I walk with shadows. You have to find a better way. I walk with shadows. I will never hiding from the gallows. This ain't mistake. So I walk in shadows. Burning down this house. You won't wake up before he does. I walk with shadows. You have to find a better way. I walk with shadows. I will never hiding from the gallows. This ain't mistake. So I walk in shadows. Burning down this house. The transmission, the satellite are down. I need an earthquake to shake this pity off the ground. All the vibrant colors and the shades.
Drinking his head, he don't think I'ma quit. I'm in the corner, drunk as a bitch. Chain master rings, rings master wrist. Work don't come back, throwing a fit. I ain't got my scales, see you later. Juice man rapping about annihilator. His runs taste like Batalito. Throw an op on his head near the empanada. Crack got prices like $2. Knock, knock, knock.
Yeah. I was revisiting Escape the Fate because that lead singer has like a pretty dark backstory, but then I read like someone wrote a big article about him and how they had personally written him off, you know, after learning a little bit about him, Ronnie Radke, yeah. But then years later, after writing him off, they were like, wait, this guy's like a multi-talented generational prodigy. What the fuck? So I was like, I guess I better go listen to it. There was this one song where he's like a rapper, and then it's almost like a Bohemian Rhapsody, right? This one. What was I meant to be doing while I watch this? I can fix my camera up a little bit. But then we gotta start coding.
I got voices in my head again. Tread carefully, and I don't medicate, it helps me temporarily. I got problems, I got issues, yeah, apparently.
Lyrically, it's kind of trash, but like,
I think I need some therapy.
the amount of talent is
I'm back
peak.
with a message. I'm asking the question that if you hate me,
And the
why you
artistic
acting
vision
obsessive? I'm
is
passive,
peak.
putting no return. Fuck being passive aggressive. I'll brandish a weapon, teach all you motherfuckers a lesson. I actually battle my demons and shallows and women, the deep and the deep and the shallows are lost. Gotta admit that I'm living the life that I've always wanted, but it comes to the cost. They're licking the jar, they're fixing to rip me apart. I'm swimming with sharks. I'm lifting the bar, I'm lifting the end of the stars. I like I shot up a train, I'm mixed with some red and started a battle, but bitch, I'm gonna finish it. Think you can stop me, not even a little bit. Nowadays, everybody's so sensitive. Picking my words when you pick it apart. Tripping on nothing, just getting the car. Ripping and ripping and sticking the mark. I'm tipping that charge. I got enemies trying to get rid of me. Evil tendencies are fucking with me mentally. I got people that don't like me in the industry. I can feel your energy, you were not a friend of me. Cause I have been to places that you never wanna go. Yeah, I got dirt on people, but they act like I don't know. Yeah, I can do some damage, but I'll never rock the boat. All it takes is one post with some fun like dominoes. You'll never get rid of me, too many enemies ripping my imagery. You know my history, it ain't a mystery. Put every enemy out of their misery. Somebody send me some positive energy. About to go dark, I'm about to go dizzy. Into the darkness, into infinity. Shut you motherfuckers up. You listening? Stacking every little pretty penny that I'm getting, and I'm never giving in to anybody. Always winning, never kidding. When I die, I'm taking everybody with me. You're never gonna get me, cause you never see it simple. Yeah, my motherfucking God, you're a light yawn. I'm a time bomb, the vibe's wrong, it's my God. I'm killing syllables of the letter of Philippa. I'm a lyrical, typical super villain. I'm venomous, and I'm never gonna stop until they put me on top of the list. I can't control the monster any longer that's inside. The pain and sorrow left us solo. No tomorrows hard to swallow. Death is calling, so I'm crawling. Tightrope walking, now I'm falling down. Like missiles falling from the sky. Come and save us. Pain and sorrow left us solo. Here today, but gone tomorrow. The pain inside is the fuel that drives this flesh and bone through blood-red skies. The death-defying, hypnotizing. One day you're gonna figure out that everything they taught you was a lie. Blast the world by.
Oh my god!
Tearing my soul in two! And the scream! God damn.
Voices in my head.
I'm sure he was pretty fucking satisfied when he finished that song. I think I'm really doing something with this one. Yeah, what a fucking legend. Holy shit. Alright, day 2. So I'm allowed to stream this course, but you guys, you'll see here. Oh, I can't be fucked making that bigger. But this video that I'm highlighting, when I hover over that bar, you can see that there is like a little video on that thumbnail. But they've made it so that you guys can't watch it. I'm allowed to stream it, but you guys just don't get to see the footage. But I can see the footage, and you'll get to see like what I'm doing on my coding in this like upper part, and obviously you'll probably get the audio as well. So for the next like 2 hours, I'm just going to be doing coding on stream, hanging out and learning. I would say, I don't know, I would like it if you guys hung out, but it's not going to be a huge learning experience for you guys. But maybe you can get the gist.
Well done, you've just completed your first day. And remember that a journey of 1,000 miles can't begin without the first step. So congratulations on doing that and completing it. Now remember that the first few days might take a little bit longer than an hour to complete, just because I've got so much to teach you and so much to cram into each of these days. So it doesn't matter if you need to take a break in between, or if you need to take a nap in between even, just come back to it whenever you can, and you don't have to do it strictly in the day-by-day order. Now my hope is that you'll keep going, and you'll come back tomorrow refreshed, and you'll tackle the next day's subjects with the same vigor that you did today. So have a good rest, and I'll see you tomorrow.
We are back. Today, day 2, let's begin.
$124.54. Hey guys, welcome back to day 2 of 100 days of code. In today's lessons, you're going to be learning about data types, numbers, operations, type conversion, f-strings, and a whole lot more. And by the end of today, you will have learned enough to build a tip calculator. So it looks a bit like this. It says, welcome to the tip calculator. It asks you for the total bill that you need to pay. So let's say it came to $124.54. We hit enter, and then it asks you what percentage tip would you like to give. So let's say we give a 12% tip. And it asks you finally, how many people do you want to split the bill between? So let's say there's 5 of us having the meal. Now it's going to calculate what each person should pay, taking into account all of these pieces of information that you've put in. So I know that I'm pretty bad at maths, especially when it comes to splitting bills, and I'm normally the person who just says, yeah, just tell me what I need to pay so I don't have to calculate it. It's like the bad at math tax that I pay. But in order to build this, you're going to need to learn some new skills, including working with numbers, converting data types from one type to another, and a whole lot more.
Floating
So if you
points,
feel like you
integers,
can tackle this no
data
problems,
types.
then feel free to skip today's lessons, but I bet that there'll be loads of stuff that you'll come across in the upcoming lessons and coding exercises that's really going to make you a better developer. So once you're ready to get started, head over to the next lesson and let's start coding. Yesterday, you saw that we could use the len function to get the number of characters in a string. So for example, when I write len hello and I print this out, we end up with 5. There's 5 characters in the string hello. Now here's a question. What happens if, instead of counting the number of characters in a string, what if I put in a number instead? And I wanted to know how many digits are in this number. Now, if I go ahead and run this code, you'll see that it actually crashes. I get a whole bunch of red text, and it tells me that there is a type error, and something about the type int. So what is all of this about? Well, in order to understand it, we first have to learn about data types. Now, on day 1, we already explored this data type called strings. Now, you're probably not going to be surprised to learn that there's a whole lot more other data types out there. And today, we're going to explore some of the most important and some of the most basic data types, such as strings, integers, floats, and booleans. And we'll explore each of these in detail. So let's take a look at some of the data types. So we already learned about strings, right? And we know that this is just a string of characters. So the word hello is comprised of these 5 characters strung together. And we always know that strings, when we create them, we have to create them with these double quotes around. Now, because this is a string of characters, we can actually pull out each character individually. So we could, for example, instead of just writing hello, we can add some square brackets. So take a look on your keyboard and see where those are. And inside the square brackets, we can put the index or the position of the character that we want. So for example, if I wanted to have the first character out of this word hello, I would put 0 right here. And if I go ahead and print what this actually will give me, you'll see that you get capital H, because that is the first character of this string. And it's really important to remember that programmers always start counting from 0, because we work with binary, zeros and ones. So whenever you want to get hold of the first character or the first of anything, it always is at 0. So this method of pulling out a particular element from a string is called subscripting, and the number in between the square brackets determines which character you're going to pull out, and it just goes up from 0 to 1 to 2 and so on and so forth. So whenever you get a result that's just off by 1, then remember to check whether if you've started counting from 0 or if you started counting from 1. Now you can of course extend this and get hold of the last character. So pause the video and see if you can change the code so that O gets printed out here. Alright, so this is as simple as simply counting from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if we change this to 4 and we run our code, then you'll see that O gets printed instead of the H. Now there's also a secret trick that not many people know, even seasoned Python developers, and it's the fact that you can actually use negative indices. So instead of specifying the position as a
Okay. I was just testing to see if I could make it print all of the letters individually. But I can just go 1. I wonder if I like do this. I'm just experimenting. I probably shouldn't experiment like this too much. I should just do whatever they specifically teach me.
Positive number, you can also of the character that we want. So for example, if I wanted to have the first character out of this word hello, I would put 0 right here. And if I go ahead and print what this actually will give me, you'll see that you get capital H, because that is the first character of this string. And it's really important to remember that programmers always start counting from 0, because we work with binary, zeros and ones. So whenever you want to get hold of the first character or the first of anything, it always is at 0. So this method of pulling out a particular element from a string is called subscripting, and the number in between the square brackets determines which character you're going to pull out, and it just goes up from 0 to 1 to 2 and so on and so forth. So whenever you get a result that's just off by 1, then remember to check whether if you've started counting from 0 or if you started counting from 1. Now you can of course extend this and get hold of the last character. So pause the video and see if you can change the code so that O gets printed out here. Alright, so this is as simple as simply counting from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if we change this to 4 and we run our code, then you'll see that O gets printed instead of the H. Now there's also a secret trick that not many people know, even seasoned Python developers, and it's the fact that you can actually use negative indices. So instead of specifying the position as a positive number, you can also use a negative number. And -1 means get hold of the last character in the string. So we can go ahead and run this and you can see it's also O. And we can start counting backwards as well, starting from the end, going to the beginning. So that's just a quick tip. So by using these square brackets and putting a number inside, we're able to dissect our string and pull out individual characters as and when we need it. And this will come in really handy in a lot of the programs that you'll write in the future. Now, it's important to remember though that just because I can write a number like 1, 2, 3, as long as it's capped inside these double quotes, then this is not treated as a number by the computer. It's treated just as any other piece of text. You can't, for example, say, what is 1, 2, 3 plus 3, 4, 5? If I try to print this, what do you think will happen? Do you think it will give me 1, 2, 3 plus 3, 4, 5 in the traditional sense, like calculating it? Or do you think it'll do something else? All right, let's hit run, and we get 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5. So it's basically just concatenated these two strings together, just as we have done with other strings like hello and world, right? Because it sees the data type of these two pieces of data as strings, when we use the plus sign, it will actually just concatenate these two things instead of doing a mathematical operation. Now, if we want to do that, then we actually have to declare our number as a number data type. So one of the most common that you'll see is called an integer. So this is programming lingo for just whole numbers, numbers without any decimal places. And in order to create an integer or declare an integer data type, all you have to do is just write the number without anything else. So now, if I just write the numbers 1, 2, 3 plus 3, 4, 5, and then I go ahead and print this, then you'll see that we actually get 4, 6, 8. So it's actually being calculated because I've got actual numbers instead of strings. Just as we have some useful things that we can do with strings, there's some really handy things that you can do with integers. Commonly, when we write large numbers, at least in the UK or in the US, we like to put commas in between the thousands. So when we think of large numbers with these commas in between to split it into an easier to understand number, in Python, we can replace those commas simply with underscores, and it will be interpreted by the computer as if you had written this. So the computer actually removes those underscores and ignores it. The benefit is just for us humans to be able to visualize it more easily. So I mentioned that all whole numbers, no matter if they're positive or negative, are called integers in programming. So what do you call it when you actually have decimal places? Well, they're called a float. And this is short for a floating point number. So for example, if you had the numbers of pi, you have 3.14159. And this, because it has a decimal place, is now a float data type. So if you think of the decimal point as being able to float around the number because it could occur at any point, then you've got yourself a floating point number. Now the final data type is something called a Boolean. And this is very simple. It only has two possible values, true or false. Now note how these values always begin with a capital T or a capital F, and they don't have any quotation marks around them or anything. So this is actually a data type which is going to be used a lot in your programs to test if something is true or if something is false, and for your program to respond accordingly. So we're going to be using this a lot more in the future. Now that you've seen a lot of the basic data types, strings, integers, floats, and Boolean, I want you to head over to the next lesson where I've got a quiz for you to see if you've made this knowledge your own. So head over to the quiz and give it a go.
Data types. Which statement below is incorrect? 932 is an integer, false is a boolean, 857.25 is a float, so this here must be... wait, false is a string, because it's within brackets. 523 is also a string, because it's in brackets. Good job. What is the data type of the mystery variable? Mystery equals 734_529.671. This would be a float, right? What the fuck is a Quirtle? This is a bonus question. They want me to Google that. Part of coding is Googling. Good job, even though the underscore is there to make the large number more readable because there is a decimal point, it is still a float. If you printed the number in your code, it would be stripped down to 73452.9.678. I put a spell on you, you are now a computer. If I give you the following code, what will you print out? Street name equals Abbey Road, print street name 4 plus street name 7. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we would get E, 5, 6, 7. So would I get EA or EN? Yeah, EN, because I meant to count the space as one of the positions. Incorrect answer, please try again. What am I not understanding? Oh, sorry, I meant to count Abbey Road. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it would be Y, 5, 6, 7, E, Y, R, or Y, O. Maybe I don't count the spaces position. Here we go. What's time below is incorrect. What is the data type of the mystery viewer? Yeah, I got it. Lecture 14 primitive, Python primitive. Lecture 14. Is that we were up to? Yeah, it is.
Previously, we saw how the len function gives us a type error when we give it a number instead of a string. So let's talk a little bit more about data types and functions. And the way I think about functions is kind of like some sort of fancy machine that you might see in a factory, right? So in this case, we've got some sort of machine that's going to take potatoes into chips. And we don't really care how it does it, but it's probably going to have to peel the potatoes, wash the potatoes, cut it up, fry it, and then finally return it to us as an output in the form of fries. And if this is the first time that you're watching one of my tutorials, this is probably a health warning. I talk about food a lot. So be prepared if you haven't eaten. Now, let's say that we took the same machine that normally processes potatoes and we decide to give it a rock and we just pass this through a function, then we're going to get an error, right? This is basically what happened here. This length function doesn't like working with integers. And by forcing this through, we end up with an error and our code breaks. And it gives us this thing, a type error. Now, if we hover over this yellow warning, we also get the explanation here. Expected type, something called size, and got int or an integer instead. So this is already pretty clear where our mistake is, even before we hit run. And the other helpful thing is when you hover over any function in Python, it gives you the definition of it. And in between the brackets, you can see the data type that that function expects. So the length function expects a data type with something that's called size. And we can actually click on this link to see the documentation on docs.python.org, which is the official Python documentation. Now, I know previously I told you to try using something like W3 Schools or using Stack Overflow, and the reason is because the documentation from the official Python organization is very, very short. So sometimes it can be enough, but very often I find that it's helpful to find another source to back up this very, very brief explanation. But in our case, in this situation, it does help us. For example, it tells us that len will return the length, which is the number of items of an object. And the argument, which is what you put in between the brackets, may be a sequence, such as a string, byte, tuple, list, or range, or a collection, such as a dictionary, set, or frozen set. Don't worry about these other data types that we haven't come across yet. We're going to come across them in due time, and we're going to be learning all about them. But for now, you already see one that you recognize, which is string. So it can take string, but nowhere in this list does it say it can take an integer or any other number data type. So as the first pause exercise, I want you to fix this len function so that we actually give it a data type that it recognizes, and we fix this type error so that when we run it, it works as expected. And you can put anything in there as long as it gets rid of the warnings and errors. Pause the video now. All right.
Well, this should be easy, right? I just put it in brackets. The shift key on my keyboard is sticky or something. Yeah, I mean, all she wants is no errors, right? And she just wants me to change the function or the type of variable it is, or whatever the fuck she said.
Fix this len function so that we actually give it a data type that it recognizes, and we fix this type error so that when we run it, it works as expected. And you can put anything in there as long as it gets rid of the warnings and errors. Pause the video now. All right, this should be relatively easy. We can change this to any string, which we already know is a data type that this function can accept. So we can simply change it to hello or whichever string you can think of. And now when we hit run, all our errors and warnings should now go away. If you see something like pep8 blank line at end of file and it bothers you, don't worry about it too much, but it's basically saying that in an ideal situation, a Python file should only have one blank line at the very bottom. So if I hit run again, that will clear up that warning. For everybody out there who has a little bit OCD like me, this can be a lifesaver. So now that we've seen that in Python, each function expects to work with a specific set of data types. So there's only certain data types that can go into the parentheses of a particular function. Now here comes the question, well, how would we know what data type a particular piece of data has? So how would we know what is the data type of hello? Well, it's very easy to visually see it because it has the double quotes around it, and anything with double quotes around it, even if it's a number, is in fact a string. But there is also one function in Python that allows us to check the data type of any piece of data or variable. So all we need to do is to use the keyword type, and then in between the parentheses, we can put in any piece of data. It can accept any data type, and then it will give us in return the data type. But as always, in order to see it, we have to wrap this inside a set of parentheses and use the print statement to put this into the output area. So let's run that, and you can see it tells us that this is something called a class string. So this is basically saying it checked the data type of this piece of data we gave it, and it told us that it's actually a string, which is what we expected as well. So we can do this with various different data types. Let's check it with a number. Well, in this case, we gave it a whole number, so no decimal places, and it told us it's an integer. We could do this with floats, with booleans, and it will always very, very helpfully tell us what is the data type. And this is something called type checking. So now it's time for another quick pause check to make sure you understood what's going on. I want you to write out 4 lines of code to print out the 4 different data types that we have already learned about. So it's going to be the string, the integer, the float, and the boolean. And we want all 4 of these printed out in 4 lines in the output area using what you've learned and the correct data type to put in inside the parentheses for the type check. So pause the video.
So I want 4 lines that also print type. And then I want, wow, that's fucking me. So let's make 4 of those. And I want this first one to be a string. I want the second one to be an integer. I want this third one to be a float, and I want this fourth one to be a boolean. What does a boolean look like? One thing that I didn't do in the past, which apparently is a major thing I should be doing, is not cataloging in my brain exactly how all of these things works, but using the internet to remind me of the names of different functions and whatever. So I don't need to remember what that len is a thing. I just need to remember that there is a function to measure the length of things, and then just Google it, right? And we're going to do that right now for boolean. So I'm going to just Google how to code a boolean in Python, because all I'm doing is breaking down a more complicated problem into a distilled version of how to fix that problem. That is all I need to do with coding. I don't need to remember the codes or anything like that. I just know how to read and dissect them and put them back together. And so to make a boolean, in a program you often need to know if expression is true or false. So example, when you run a condition in an if statement, Python returns true or false. So let's just try this one. 10 equals 9. We ran into invalid syntax. Why is this wrong? I swear that looks like exactly the way she told me to do it. Oh. Here we go. So we got a string, integer, a float, and a boolean. All right, perfect.
Here now and give this a go. All right, so we've got already the integer type. So let's put the string one above it. And we know that all strings go inside a set of double quotes. And then we want a floating point number. So we could do 3.14. And finally, we want a Boolean type, which we know is either true or false with a capital T and capital F. So now if I hit run, we should see class string, int, float, and bool.
Okay, so she did the boolean different. She just typed true. So this is also boolean. It's the same thing.
The full collection of all the major primitive Python data types that we learned about in the last lesson. If that was confusing at all, review the last lesson, and hopefully this all makes perfect sense. Now, what if we aren't happy with the assigned data type? What if we want to convert a piece of data into a different data type? Well, then we would need to learn about something called type conversion, also known as typecasting in Python. So let's go ahead and clear the board to make this less confusing. And let's start out with a very simple string. So we all know that this is a string because it's enclosed in a set of double quotes. But what if I want to turn it into an integer? Well, I can use one of the built-in functions called int, and I can convert this into a number. So whereas previously we saw that if we tried to print the string 123 plus 456, then we would end up with 123456. And because both of these pieces of data are string data types, the plus sign does concatenation instead of maths and adding these two together. But now that we converted this 123 into an integer, you can see that if we replace this string with this typecasted integer, and we could do the same for 456, now if I hit run, you'll see that it actually treats them as numbers and adds them together. So this is the power of type conversion. Now, one of the dangerous things about this is, of course, sometimes you can't convert things into a different data type. For example, if I tried to convert ABC into a number, well, that doesn't really make sense. If I gave that to you, what would ABC be as a number? I don't know. So if we run this, you can see we get something called a value error. So I hope you're collecting these errors in a notebook somewhere, because we're coming across lots of them, and you will come across more in your lifetime as a Python developer. So this is saying that there is an invalid literal for the int, which is ABC. And so it doesn't really make sense to convert this into a number, is what it's trying to tell you. So you have to be really careful when you're doing type conversions, because sometimes you can end up with errors, and sometimes you can just simply lose data. But we can use this method to convert things into all of the four major primitive types that we've learned about. So we can convert to an integer, we can convert into a float, we can convert into a string, and we can even convert into a bool. So to check that you've understood how to convert between different data types and why we get different type errors, I have a final pause challenge for you, which is ABC. And so it doesn't really make sense to convert this into a number, is what it's trying to tell you. So you have to be really careful when you're doing type conversions, because sometimes you can end up with errors, and sometimes you can just simply lose data. But we can use this method to convert things into all of the four major primitive types that we've learned about. So we can convert to an integer, we can convert into a float, we can convert into a string, and we can even convert into a bool. So to check that you've understood how to convert between different data types and why we get different type errors, I have a final pause challenge for you, which is to make this line of code run without errors. So when you go ahead and copy this line of code, paste it into your code file, and try to hit run. Now go ahead and enter a name triggered by this input, and then you will see that you get a type error. So read through the type error, see if you can understand what it's trying to tell you, and fix this code so that it does what you expect it to do, which is to print out the number of letters in the name that the user submits into the input.
So she wants me to type out this. Print number of letters in your name plus I think that's right. Let's just spell check it. Print number of letters in your name plus we're finding the length of this input, your name, into your name. And it's giving me a type error, can only concate string, not into string. So the length is trying to output a int, but it can only concate this and this into this. So how about I do that, and then I write string. Name error. Name string is not defined. Okay, so this isn't a function, it's doing something else. I'm not sure what to type here to make this pop out as a string. Unless it's meant to go here. One, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I do need another one. These. Name error string is not defined. Did you forget to import string? No, it's not a function. It's a command or whatever. Let's see how she solves it.
Alright, so in order to break this problem down, let's use some variables to simplify things and make it easier to read. Let's take this second part of this print statement and let's take it out into separate variables. So we know that we can get the name of the user by using this.
Okay, she's actually not doing it like the way I'm doing it. Boom, 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 boom. So let's immediately take her mindset to this. So we'll create thing name equals and then enter your name. And then this can just be name. Yo, thank you Tape Deck for the follow. No, just kidding. Thank you Emmy Streamer for the follow. I know that you're not a real person. I thought I told Kirk to like automatically block suspicious bots, but maybe we've got to figure out another way to do that. Into your name. You know, the Pomcat string not into string. Name equals len name, and then we just go print name. Name error. Name string is not defined. Did you forget to import string? I'm swear if I just type int. Okay, I need like a blue one. Okay, apparently that Is it? There we go, I got it. Into your name, Crispy. Number of letters in your name, 6. Perfect.
This input function, and I'm making these variable names extra wordy just so that when you read it, it makes a little bit more sense. And I'm actually going to delete the rest of this as well, just to make everything easy to read. So next we need the...
Wait, let's play around. Could I do this in a single line of code? So it's inputting the length of a string, or it's inputting a string that is the length of this, which is 16. But then it's... So it's an input, because it's inputting, or it's probably the wrong way for me to describe that. So it's asking me to type something, and then it's printing number of letters in your name. So we want to chuck this on the end. Nice, I did it. So I have this is the same thing as this. Whereas this here is creating like a variable called name. This is just doing it all in one line of code. So print all of this, and to print all of this, it needs to grab an input where it asks me for my name, and then it calculates the length of it and turns it into a string.
The length of name. And this is done by using the len function, and we pass in the name of the user that we got from line 1. So now finally, what we have here is the length of the name, which we want to tag to the end of this print statement. Now, what is this error trying to tell us? It's saying you can only concatenate string to a string, not an integer, which is what it sees in this line of code. So where is the integer? Well, we know that when we calculate the length of something, it gives us a number, it gives us a whole number. So this is probably an integer. Well, we can verify this by using a type check, right? We can print the first part of this concatenation, and we can put it inside a type function to check what is the data type of this first part. And then we can also check the data type of the second part, which is now called length of name. So let's comment this out, let's go ahead and run this code, enter a name, and you can see the first one is a string and the second one is an integer. So this is a type string and this is a type int. So now it makes sense that when we're printing, we can't simply concatenate a string to a number. It doesn't know how to do that. So how can we convert this length of name into the same data type as this first part, which is a string? Well, you learned how to do that already. All we need to do is to wrap this inside a set of parentheses, which is the string type conversion. And so now we have this part, which is now a string, and then we add it to another string. And now if I run this code again, then you'll see that it works without any issues. Number of letters in your name, 6, printed out. So hopefully this makes sense to you, and you'll be able to understand in the future how to do type conversions and how to understand when you have different type errors what has gone wrong. In the previous lesson, we saw how we could use the plus sign either to concatenate strings together or as a mathematical operation where we add 2 integers or 2 floats, basically 2 numbers together. In this lesson, I want to show you some of the other mathematical operators that you have access to in addition to adding. The next obvious one is subtraction, so 7 minus 3, you would just use the minus sign. But then when you get to multiplication, it's a little bit weird. Instead of using the x or some sort of time symbol, you actually use the asterisk. So you would say something like 3 asterisk 2, and that would be 3 times 2. Now the final one is division, and that's done using the forward slash. So 6 divided by 3, and when that prints out, it'll give you 2. Now, one thing to notice here is that whenever you're dividing things, you actually always end up with a floating point number. So you can see even though 6 divides into 3 cleanly, we're still getting 2.0. And in fact, if I put a type check around this division, you'll see that it'll print float instead of integer. And this is just the default Python behavior. It's something called implicit typecasting, because Python is implicitly converting the result here into a floating point number. Now, sometimes you might not want that. So there is an other Python division operator that might be worth knowing about, and it's simply done with 2 forward slashes. So now when I run it, you can see what comes out is actually an integer, and I can do a type check just to confirm that as well. Instead of float, it's coming out as an integer. But you have to be very careful with this second type of division operator, because what it's doing behind the scenes is it's actually doing this step first, and then it's simply just removing all of the decimal places. So what if instead of 6 divided by 3, which we know divides cleanly into 2, what if we divided 5 by 3? What is the result of that? That's 1.6 recurring. So if I change this into 5 divided by 3 using the double forward slash, you'll see that it just gives me 1, and it wipes out all the rest of the numbers in this integer conversion, which can be quite dangerous if you're working with scientific numbers. But it can be useful when you know that you want an end result that has no decimal places. Now the last one that's really useful is 2 asterisk signs, and this gives you access to the exponent, or when you want to raise a number to a power. So for example, if you wanted to get hold of 2 to the power of 2, then you would write it like this, and 2 to the power of 2 is of course basically just 2 times 2, which is going to be equal to 4. Now if I change this to 2 to the power of 3, then that's going to be 2 times 2 times 2, so that should be 8. And so on and so forth. Having the exponent being built into the language is one of the reasons why Python is really loved by a lot of data scientists and mathematicians, because it's really optimized towards manipulating and handling numbers. Now, one of the things that you have to be careful about when you are doing these mathematical operations is when you have more than one operation on the same line of code, then there's a certain level of priority. So some of these operations like division or multiplication are going to be first class, whereas other ones are going to be more economy, like the plus and minus. And the rule that you might remember from high school is something called PEMDAS. It basically states the order of priority is parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction. So the things that happen first are the things inside brackets, then it's our exponents, then it's our multiplication and division, and finally, the lowest priority is our addition and subtraction. Now, it's a little bit deceiving because of this order. It makes it seem like as if multiplication happens before division, but actually, they are equally important. And when it actually comes to your calculations, the calculation that's most to the left is the one that will be prioritized between multiplication and division. So let me give you a real-life example to make this more clear. Let's say we had a line of code where we wanted to multiply 3 by 3 plus 3 divided by 3 minus 3. If I was to execute this entire line of code and print it out into the console, here's the time where you play computer again and guess, using what you've learned here, what exactly will be printed. Because you will get a number printed. It will calculate this entire line of code for you. But the order matters. Is it going to first add 3 to 3, then multiply the result by 3? Or is it first going to divide 3 by 3 and then add 3 to it? What is the order? And I want you to really pause the video and have a little play with it on pen and paper before you come back and we'll show you the result. 3 to it. What is the order? And
She just asked me to do this equation as the computer
add
will
3
do
to 3, then multiply the result by 3? Or is it first going to divide 3 by 3 and then add 3 to it out into the console? Here's the time where you play computer again and guess
well, it's going to do the time and the divide. So it's going to have a 1 and a 9, and then it's going to go plus and minus. So it's going to say 9 plus 1 is 10, minus 3 is 7. I'm correct.
S, using what you've learned here, what exactly will be printed? Because you will get a number printed. It will calculate this entire line of code for you, but the order matters. Is it going to first add 3 to 3, then multiply the result by 3, or is it first going to divide 3 by 3 and then add 3 to it? What is the order? And I want you to really pause the video and have a little play with it on pen and paper before you come back and we'll show you the result. Using our rule PEMDAS, we can see the first thing that happens is what's in the parentheses, so that doesn't matter. The next thing are exponents. We don't actually have any exponents here. We don't have 2 to the power of 3 or something to the power of anything, so we can ignore that as well. So the next level is the multiplication and division. And as I mentioned, they are of equal importance. So this 3 times 3 and 3 divide 3 are both equally important, but the calculation goes from left to right. So the first thing we see is actually the multiplication. So if it helps you, you might want to add LR to the end of this mnemonic, so it becomes PEMDAS low. Or at least that's the way I would think about it. So even if this was division and this was multiplication, this calculation will always get executed first. Coming back to the question I asked you, what do you think this number would be? Let's go ahead and comment out all the other code and run this line of code, and it will give us 7. Now, if math is not your strong point, don't worry, it's not mine either, and you're the sort of person who would prefer to see it visualized, then I recommend, again, putting this line of code in Thonny, and then go ahead and clicking on the debugging symbol, and then just step in. So then go ahead and see it visualized, then debugging symbol, click on right, and it will give us 7. Now, if math is not your strong point, I recommend symbol multiple time thing comes 3. Next, this so even if this I want to add LR, this thing we see is actually the multiplication mnemonic. So even if this was division and this was multiplication, this calculation will always get executed first. Coming back to the question I asked you, what do you think this number would be? Let's go ahead and comment out all the other code and run this line of code, and it will give us. give us 7. Now, if math is not your strong point, don't worry, it's not mine either, and you're the sort of person who would prefer to see it visualized, then I recommend, again, putting this line of code in Thonny, and then go ahead and clicking on the debugging symbol, and then just step into, so press F7 or this button multiple times, and you'll see it evaluate this line of code step by step. So first it looks at the entire thing, and then it goes from left to right. And the first calculation is 3 times 3, and that is the one that's going to execute first, and it becomes 9. Next, it's going to look along this line of code and see that the next most important thing is this division here, 3 divided by 3. So it's going to carry out that next, and that becomes 1. So now 9 plus 1 is going to be the next thing because it's the most to the left, and then it becomes 10 minus 3, and we finally get the result of 7. So now here's another challenge for you. How can you change this code so that instead of getting 7, we get 3? How can you change this line of code given what you know about PemDazzler? See if you can figure it out. Pause the video now. Alright, so this will involve a little bit of trial and error, and the most important tool we have access to us is the parentheses, or the brackets. This means that we can actually isolate bits of our code, which normally have very low priority, and turn them into higher priority operations. If we added a set of parentheses around our three plus 3, then out of all of these calculations, this particular one suddenly becomes the highest priority and will happen first. So if I change what I've got in Thonny to our new version and go ahead and debug through it, the very first calculation it's going to perform is this 3 plus 3 inside the brackets, and we end up with 6. So then it's going to go again from left to right, prioritizing multiplication and division. So then it's 3 times 6 is 18, 18 divided by 3 is 6, 6 minus 3 is 3. Just by isolating certain calculations, you can elevate it to right at the top of the priority list and you'll be able to perform the calculations that you need. Now that you've learned a lot about calculations and performing mathematical operations using Python, I've got another code challenge for you. So head over to the next lesson and you'll be able to discover it there.
BMI calendar. The body mass index is a measure used in medicine to see if someone is underweight or overweight. This is the formula used to calculate it. BMI is equal to the person's weight divided by the person's height squared. Convert this sentence into code on line 6. So I want to convert the sentence BMI is equal to the person's height divided by the person's weight squared. Alright. Please let me input code. I have to do this to pass my course. Please let it work. I don't want to clear my browser cache because then I have to sign into everything all over again. This happened yesterday, but I just refreshed the page and it worked. Okay, it's not my keyboard that's the problem. I can't even copy and paste things, so I can't just write the code somewhere else and chuck it in. Am I retarded? Usually when I say that, it suddenly starts working. You know? I find talking to the inanimate objects usually just makes them work. Is it that I have like another browser open? Is it that my keyboard isn't plugged in? Is it that I am streaming?
In the previous challenge,
Can I type in other exercises? No, I cannot type in here either. I gotta go pee. I'll be back. It's like there's like a go button or something that I'm meant to be clicking. I can input things, but I can't, or I can delete things, but I can't input them. Maybe I just need to close the browser and reopen it. Why the fuck did I just get the Opera GX introduction splash screen? It's just fucking not engaging with it. I'm frustrated.
Breathe through here, you know. The sun is very warm.
It instantly. I don't. Why?
You know why this makes me more correct? Because
Why is that?
truth is an absolute defense, yes, and nothing I've said isn't true. He is a cheap fat streamer. Sue me, Destiny.
Tony, I'm gonna send you a DM here really quickly. I want your opinion on something. Sorry, Kelly, Phil for a second. I just gotta ask Tony's opinion on something.
Sure. If anyone has coherent arguments that aren't Kelly Jean soy, insulting her is bad soy. If you've got more to add on top of what Justiel said, go for it. I think the actual argument's really interesting, so. Well, Destiny fat today. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I didn't get in my allocated daily calling Destiny fat allowance, so. Fatty! Fat. Fatty. Destiny, you're fat. Go for a jog, fatty.
Okay, we need
Kelly
to
Jean,
address this screenshot.
show your tits. Lovely.
I will. Jesus.
Alright, I switched over to Chrome and now it's working. That's some real bullshit, dude. You know, I've got hours to get through this. I'm gonna be like kind of tired by the time I'm done, and then here I am wasting a whole lot of brain power and patience and willpower Fucking around with an error.
In the previous lesson, we saw how we could use the plus sign either to concatenate strings together or as a mathematical operation where we add two integers or two floats, basically two numbers
Where the fuck
together.
is this playing from?
In this lesson, I want to show you some of the other mathematical operators that you have access to, in addition to adding. The next obvious one is subtraction.
Bitch is
So
bugging the
7
fuck
minus
out.
3, you would just use the minus sign. But then when you get to multiplication, it's
Fuck you. Fuck you, inanimate object. You're an inanimate object. I'm a human. I'm kind of jealous. Alright, BMI equals bracket height times height divided by weight. That's literally it. BMI is equal to the person's weight divided by the person's height squared. So height squared divided by weight. But I feel like it'll be a little bit safer if I do this. Your code passed the test. Apparently that's correct. I don't know, I'm not doing the math. I don't need to do the math.
Now, this is not really an ideal way to output some number to the user. We'd really like to be able to round it to the nearest whole number or to a specified number of digits. So how do we do this? Well, you've already seen that we can convert any number into an integer. So instead of simply just printing the original...
Funny, you guys can actually see the video now. When I run this on Opera, it blacks it out. When I run it on Chrome,
BMI, we can convert
which is copyright infringement.
it first into an integer and then we try printing it. You can see what this does is it floors the number, and this is a programming term for basically just removing all of the remaining decimal places, flooring it to the lowest whole number. Now, that's not quite what we want. We want to use the round function, which performs the rounding in the traditional mathematical sense, where when it's 0.5, it rounds up to the next whole number, and when it's below that, it rounds up to the lower whole number. So let's go ahead and print using the round function and round our BMI instead. See what all three of them print. So this is our original value, 3.85, and when we simply chop off the end, we have a whole number, 30, and this is called flooring, whereas rounding will round up or down one whole number depending on the first decimal place. So in this case, it becomes 31. So this depends on, of course, whether if it is 3.9 will round into 4, whereas 3.3 will round into 3. So it's a really, really handy function when we're working with numbers in Python. Now, you can go even one step further. Instead of just rounding the number, notice that it actually takes two inputs. So when I typed out round, and you can see the auto suggest showing me the function that it thinks I'm trying to get hold of. It takes two inputs. One is the number you want to round, and the second one is the number of digits you want to round it to, which is kind of helpful, because what if we wanted to take our BMI and we wanted to round it to 2 decimal places? Well, then we would write BMI as the number that will be inserted here from this variable, and then we just simply type 2. And now when I hit run, you'll see that this time, instead of simply rounding it to a whole number, it rounds it to a floating point number with 2 decimal places of accuracy. So that can be really helpful if you're working with money, for example, and you're doing Pythonic calculations, working with currencies or conversions. So Python is just generally really number friendly. Now, while we're working with numbers in Python, another really handy operator is called the assignment operator. So we have various different ones depending on which mathematical operation you want to do. But essentially what this allows us to do is to accumulate the results of our calculations. Now, very often when you're writing code, say for example if you're keeping track of the user's score, so you could have score equals 0 to begin with, and every single time in your code, say a user scores a point, then you can get hold of this score variable again, and instead of saying score now equals the previous value of score plus 1, you can simply use this shorthand plus equals. So plus equals 1. And now when we print score, you'll see that it's actually equal to 1. So instead of using plus equals, you can use minus equals, which just takes the previous version of score and removes 1 from it, multiply equals, and divide equals. So this is really handy when you have to manipulate a value based on its previous value, which you'll have to do a lot in programming. Now, the final thing I want to show you is something called f-strings. And this makes it really easy to mix strings and different data types. So far, up to this point, if we wanted to print something like your score is, and then we wanted to print the score, we have to write plus, but of course because these are different data types, this is a string and this is an integer, we get a type error. So we've had to convert this into a string before it will actually successfully print when both the data
what
types
she
match.
wanted before I even asked.
Now, this is quite painful, and understandably, a lot of programmers will need some slightly more convenient way of incorporating things that have different data types. Let's say the score is equal to 0, let's say their height is equal to 1.8, and is winning is equal to true. So here we've got a integer, a float, and a boolean, and we want to mix it all in to a sentence that is a string and get it printed out. So instead of having to convert all of these and use a whole bunch of plus signs, and then you have to convert everything into a string, it's really painful, right? So what we can do instead is use something in Python known as an f-string. And what an f-string allows us to do is in front of a string like this one, we type the character f. And it's really important that it goes in front of the double quotes or single quotes if you want to write your strings like this. But I like to use double quotes, and a lot of other Python programmers do too. So essentially you're adding just the character f in front of the string. And now this is an f-string. And you can start adding various values into this string. So for example, if I wanted to write your score is equal to this variable score, then I can put that variable inside a set of curly braces like this. And now when I print my string, this one right here, you'll see that it says your score is 0, and it does all of the converting and all of the stuff behind the scenes, and you don't have to worry about any of this. So if I want to continue along, I could say your score is this, your height is, add in the height, and then you are winning is, then let's add that final Boolean value and get it to run. You can see that our entire string now prints out. Your score is 0, your height is 1.8, you are winning is true. So all of these different data types got combined into a string by using an F in front of the string, and then using these curly braces to place our variables into this string. By using F strings, you cut down on a lot of the manual labor of inserting different data types into a string. And this is going to come in really handy just about on the next lesson, where I've got a coding challenge for you. Head over there and complete the challenge.
I'm not sure if this is going to be a string or a float. It was a float. Int 5 is 5. Int 2.7 is 2, so the code becomes a equals 5 divided by 2, which equals 2.5, and which is a float. Which of these lines of code will give you an error? Seems fine. This also seems fine. This is just like kind of useless. We don't really need the function. This seems fine too. Age equals 12, print function. You are age years old. This one should work because this will come out as an int, and then the function will convert it into a string, which means this last one must be the one that's broken. Age equals an int, which is 12, print a string that says you are, and then add the age, but it can't add the int. Yep. This will give you a type error. Age is an integer. You're trying to concatenate a string into an int. Great job. You're ready to move on to the next lecture. You got 3 out of 3. What you know and stuff.
Hey guys, welcome to the final project of today. And in this final project, we're going to be building a tip calculator. So the final output is going to look like this. It's going to print welcome to the tip calculator, and it's going to ask you for an input for how much the total bill came to. Let's say that we and a couple of friends went out for lunch and it came to $124.56. And then it'll ask you what percentage tip would you like to give. So let's say we want to give a 12% tip. So we enter 12 and hit enter. And then finally it asks how many people are splitting this bill. Let's say there's 7 of us, and then hit enter. Finally, it's going to tell us that each person should pay about $19.93. Notice how the final bill, even though after all of these calculations, it's probably got more numbers after the decimal point, we only want 2 decimal places of accuracy, so it should be rounded to 2 decimal places. The second thing to remember is that these are percentages, and in order to calculate a percentage of something, you can multiply a number by the percentage number divided by 100. Let me show you this in a little bit more detail, because this project is not about testing your maths, it's about seeing how well you've understood the programming concepts. Let's say that we had a bill of $150. If we were to apply a 12% tip on top of that, then 12% is going to be equal to 12 divided by 100, which is equal to 0.12. Now the next step is we can multiply 150, the total bill, by 0.12, and this will give us what 12% of 150 is, which is 18. Now we of course have to add the tip onto the final bill, so it becomes 150 plus 18. So $150 with 12% tip is equal to $168. Now a shorthand way of doing all of this is simply multiplying 150 by 1.12. So the 1 is 150, and then it's 0.12 on top of that. So when we do this, it gives us pretty much the same number. Now, if during your testing and your coding, you come across some sort of number that looks a little bit strange because you think 150 multiplied by 1.12 should actually equal 168 precisely. So what are all of these extra numbers at the end? Now, the short answer is you don't have to worry about it. It's simply related to how Python processes these floating point numbers. If you're really interested and you want to read about this, then I'll link to this page in the Python documentation where they tell you why this is happening. But be warned, it's pretty dense and it's pretty heavy. But the final conclusion is it's just the way that Python is approximating this number, so you don't actually have to worry about this. Now, once we've gotten to 168, the next step is to split it between 5 people. So 168 divided by 5 is equal to 33.6. Now, what we want to show the user is we want to show them the amount that they have to pay with 2 decimal places of accuracy. So we want to say something like 33.60 if this is the case, because that's normally how we represent numbers when it comes to money. So what I want you to do is to also be able to round any of these numbers to 2 decimal places. If you have successfully created this program, then it should work exactly as this example version would. And you'll be able to see the formatting where it actually tells you each person should pay this particular dollar amount, and it's rounded to 2 decimal places. And this is the amount after taking into consideration these 3 different inputs from the user. Have a play around with the final product and then have a think about how you would create this program step by step, and then try to achieve this result. This is going to test everything that you've learned so far, including f-strings, including complex mathematical operations, including PEMDAS and calculating numbers and the order in which mathematical operations are run by a computer, as well as everything you've learned in the previous lessons and previous days as well. I think this is going to be a lot of fun, and the end result is going to be kind of useful the next time that you need to split the bill between friends. So I'm going to let you pause the video and get on with it. And then once you're done, if you want to, head back over here and I'll walk through the solution with you. But I really recommend you giving it a good go before you come back. So pause the video now and I'll see you later. Okay, so we've seen how the program is supposed to work, and we're trying to create it from scratch by reverse engineering it, essentially. Now, the first thing our program should say is welcome to the tip calculator. So that's easy enough. We just have to create a print statement. Perfect. And if you're creating a really enthusiastic tip calculator, you can replace the full stop with an exclamation mark. Okay, so let's run it step by step to make sure that we don't have any errors along the way. So the first step seems to be working. Now the next step is to ask the user for some input, and we want to know what was their total bill. What did it come to? So let's go ahead and create an input and ask them what was the total bill, and then we'll add a $sign or whatever currency it is that you prefer to work with, because when we actually run this, you'll see that the input will go straight after the end of that string. So at the $sign. So now we can enter a dollar amount like this, but it's not really saved anywhere. This data just disappears because we haven't stored it inside a variable. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's call this variable bill, and we'll set it to equal whatever the user typed into this input. Now remember that this bill is going to have a data type of a string, right? So if I go ahead and hit run, and let's just type some numbers in here, you'll see that the data type of the bill is, as we said, a string. In order to be able to do maths, you might remember we have to change this into a number format, so a float or an int. Now in this case, because the bill is likely to have numbers after the decimal place, it's probably better that we turn it into a float so that we get the most accurate result possible. Now that we're done with the bill, the next question the tip calculator should ask is, what percentage tip would you like to give? 10, 12, or 15? Or you can of course switch this up depending on how much tip you normally give. So the next line is going to be another input. Here I'm asking the user how much tip would you like to give and giving them some examples. And notice how in my examples I don't actually have the percentage sign here because I don't really want them to type the percent sign into this input, because if they do, when they say 12%, this is going to be really hard for me to turn the 12% into an actual number. So you could, in your input message, say something like, how much tip would you like to give? 10, 12, or 15. Please don't add any percentage signs, just add the number, or something like that. But again, once we've done this, it's not stored anywhere unless we add it into a variable. Now we've got a bill that stores the total bill as a float, and we've got a tip, which is going to be a whole number, 10, 12, or 15, right? So depending on what you think is best, you can either turn this into a float, or in my case, I'm probably going to convert it into an integer. So now we're on to the final step, which is how many people to split the bill between. So let's go ahead and create a variable called people, and I'm going to add an int wrapper around this input so that even in the very beginning we know that we have to convert the number of people into a whole number, because I've never had a meal with 3.5 people before. So the input is going to be how many people to split the bill, and at this point they should enter the number of people, which will turn into an integer stored inside this variable called people. So now that we've got all the data collected from the user, we're finally ready to do some maths. And we said that the way to work out the tip is by multiplying it by 1 point, and then the number after the decimal point is whatever percentage they decided to give. So it would be 1.1 if it was 10% and 1.15 if it was 15%. Let's go ahead and calculate the bill with tip. So remember how we said that before, the tip percentage is equal to the whole number, 10, 12, or 15, divided by 100, which turns it into 0.1, 0.12, or 0.15. And then, once this calculation is done, we can multiply it by the bill. And then finally, we add that to the original bill. So let's go ahead and print this and just check to see that it looks sensible. So bill with tip is what we're going to print, and let's put some easy numbers in there. Let's say that the bill was $100 and the tip was 10%. So then the 10% of $100 is $10. So the bill with tip, that's what's going to be printed next. It should be 110. The tip was 10%. So then the 10% of $100 is $10. So the bill with tip, that's
what's going to be printed next should be 110. So we can type anything in here because we're not using it, and you can see that this calculation bill with tip is 110, which is what we want. Now, there's a lot of other ways that you can express this. For example, you could say bill times 1 plus tip divided by 100. So this would actually give you the same result as well. But remember what we said previously about how Python is a little bit weird with floating point numbers. But essentially, this is still giving us the same result, which is 110. So you can choose whichever way you find most intuitive. And if you want, you can even split this up into several steps, right? We could say that tip as percent is equal to tip divided by 100. And then we can multiply the bill by the tip as a percent to get the total tip amount. And then finally, we can get the total bill by adding the bill to the total tip amount. Feel free to do this whichever way makes sense to you, but I'm going to leave it with as many steps as possible so that you can actually work through the logic if you got stuck on this maths. Now, the next thing we need to do is to divide the total bill by the number of people. So if we had 5 people, then we would divide it 5 ways, right? So let's call this bill per person, which is going to be equal to the total bill divided by the number of people. Now, at this stage, this bill per person is a floating point number, so it could have many, many digits after the decimal point. If we want to round this to 2 decimal places, then you might remember from some of the lessons today, we have access to a function called round. And here we can add the number that we want to round, which is the bill per person, and then after a comma, we can specify how precise, how many numbers or how many decimal places do we want to round this bill to. And in our case, it's 2 decimal places. So now this is the final amount, which I'll call final amount, which is the bill per person rounded to 2 decimal places. And we can now finally print this to the user and say each person should pay. And remember, you can either use string concatenation, which will require you to convert this number into a string again, or use the trick that we learned in the previous lessons where we can create an f string by adding f in front of the string and then using some curly braces to insert the final.
So I could have added the tip to the bill, and then I could have divided that by 5. But instead I divided the total tip and the total bill to get the bill per person and the tip per person. Doesn't matter.
Amount right here. And we can write the final amount dollars, or we can put a $sign in front and maybe a colon here. And now if we clear our console and run our code, then you'll see it work. So welcome to the tip calculator. What was the total bill? Let's make up some random number. What percentage tip? Let's say we're going to give.
If I went there, and I can even just like get rid of this line of code. But it's kind of neat. Your total bill was 150. You wanted it to tip 12%. Fuck, I probably just broke this. I pressed Control Z. No, it's fine.
Get 15, and then we're splitting it between 5 people. And it calculates everything, doing all of that maths, and finally it rounds it to 2 decimal places, giving us the final amount each person should pay. How did you get on with this project? Did you manage to get it in one go without having to look at the solution? If you got stuck at any point, or if your code didn't work as you expected to, this is the time to go back to it, fix it, and make sure that you've understood everything that's been covered through this exercise. Did you manage to get it in
Let's give it another integer so that I can actually get that final payment to be different. She used $153.45, so we will use that so that we can match it onto ours to guarantee that we get the right answer. How many people would split the bill? 5. Okay, so we got $35.29.
Cool.
And so did
Calculates
she.
everything, doing
Perfect.
all of that maths, and finally it rounds it to 2 decimal places, giving us the final amount each person should pay. How did you get on with this project? Did you manage to get it in one go without having to look at the solution? If you got stuck at any point, or if your
Yes.
code didn't work as you expected to, this is the time to go back
In
to it,
fact,
fix
I
it,
did it before she even told me to
and make
do
sure
it.
that you've understood everything that's been covered through this exercise. So I hope you
Current function, each person, she said each person must pay, I said each person should pay. And we used different names. I called it individual payment, she called it final amount. Oh, she even added in another line of code up here. I'm actually doing it in less code than she is. Is what I could do is this line here, she put it into 2. She created a variable that was like the bill per person is what she, so this one here is bill per person, and then she has that not rounded, so it has like the full total, and then she rounds it on like a new line of code.
If you had fun building this project and doing all the coding exercises and learning about mathematical operations, F strings, data types, type conversion, and all of the things that we did today,
Makes hers
have a rest, and I'll be back
not as what's the word that coders use? Elegant as mine, but probably more robust.
tomorrow teaching you about conditional statements and how we can get the program to do different things depending on certain conditions or certain parts of our code. So I bid you good night, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Up next, you were already in the top
Hey,
50.
you completed day 2. So you haven't just done one lesson, you've actually done 2 now in a row, which is fantastic. And in fact, you are now above 50% of all the people who start something and never finish. But I know you. I know you're not one of those people. I know you're going to keep going and you're going to get this in the bag. So keep going, have a rest, have a good night's sleep, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
Hey guys, welcome to day 3.
All right, we've been told to take a break. As much as I want to like push on, with her expecting me to take a break, she's probably gonna slam me with like a whole bunch of info and be like, all right, start absorbing all of this, considering my brain just absorbed all of the stuff she gave me in like a neat little package. It's probably best to just do it as she intended. So we'll at least take like an hour or two to take a break. Unfortunately, I encountered a bug halfway through that, which has caused me a lot of frustration. I've managed to calm down a little bit, but for like the last hour of that course, like from like the halfway point or whatever, maybe the last 30 minutes, I had a lot of thoughts going through my head that were like very frustrated. And it wasn't just like the bug that annoyed me, you know, like my brain gets in this mindset and I start thinking about some of the people in my life that are causing me problems at the moment and like bullshit from my past. Even the story time that we had before I went and did my day of coding, where I like told that guy all about like my tragic backstories and yada yada yada, that didn't really bother me. It didn't activate like a part of my brain that was like, you know, fuck this. This is bullshit. However, becoming actually frustrated from something else really like put me in this fucking bad mindset. I'm glad I've managed to cool off right now. It'd be a problem if I was angry all day. There is a relationship issue that I'm having with someone where I do want to go yell at that person, and I don't know if I should or if I shouldn't. I mean, I probably shouldn't, but I very much want to, right? And I don't like ignoring like an internal drive that I have. Just logging into my PayPal, someone found out that I was talking about it on stream yesterday, that so for the past 2 weeks I've just been eating like beans, and my income is so small that I am out of food. I have 1 can of beans left, and next week I have to pay my bills. So next week I will have less money for food than the past 3 weeks. And the past 3 weeks, even though I'm buying long-lasting stockpiles of food, I'm still running out. And so it looks like next week, if I want to be on the internet and I don't want to be heavily withdrawing from nicotine, which I don't. I do not plan on putting myself through that. I will be starving for a few days, which probably means I won't be streaming. I probably won't be doing my computer coding course. And I probably won't want to be hanging out with my friends. Although I might try to hang out with my friends to distract me from the low calorie intake. So someone sent me $40, which is really nice, but hasn't come through yet. Regardless, it's fine. That money should be here in time for me to pay my bills, which I'm at the end of the month. But the game plan, I guess, for now, I do have a talk that I want to have with someone about ADHD, and it's a follow-up talk from a previous conversation we had about 6 months ago with Pumpernickel. We want to have Pumpernickel on the stream to like talk to us about ADHD. He's a really smart, really cool dude, and it will be like a throwback to this conversation that we used to have. And now that I am on ADHD, we can talk about, or I am on medication, on Ritalin, we can talk about what that's been like for my first week or so. So that'll be like really interesting. But right now, I'm feeling kind of restless, and I want to give that conversation everything it deserves. So I am going to try to get my bills off my mind by reconfirming the dates that they're due and knowing that this is fine. Renews on Tuesday the 25th. Fuck me, dude. My internet bill goes out today. This didn't give me peace of mind. I think in 6 hours my internet is going to die and I won't have it again until I pay that bill. It's meant to go out at the end of the month, but more realistically, I guess it does it every 4 weeks on the Tuesday, I guess. On Sunday my kick. Oh wait, no, maybe I will be fine. Okay. Today is Tuesday, my bill will go out. Hopefully my rent and, you know, like my benefit will come in before my internet bill goes out, and hopefully the money that Dung Devil sent me will come in as well. And then I'll be able to get more food, hopefully pay the internet bill. I've got that much vape juice left, It'll be fucking crazy trying to wean off of this. This is there's the equivalent of like 6 or 7 zins of nicotine in here. So yeah, my nicotine intake was medicinal, not prescribed, but it was a attempt to find a way to stop ruminating thoughts and large amounts of stress put on by the rampant ADHD. So it's an extremely large amount of nicotine. Which means the withdrawal from it is extremely large as well. People are going to make fun of me for, you know, being an addict, but I'm not really so concerned with what people thought about me, especially when I wanted to try to experiment with finding some sort of relief. Because after many years of untreated ADHD, I was not sure if I was ever going to get treated. I don't know when the money for that is coming in. Okay, that's a relief that my internet might not die. Even if it does die, it'll just be gone for like an hour or two. It's not going to be all the way till next month. But my rent has been steadily increasing. My income has been steadily decreasing. But the stream is going well. So next week will be the first time in a few years where I have had like a solid income that will provide some kind of relief and some sort of wiggle room. Just gotta make sure we budget it out and try to keep things chugging along. Seems like, looking at my PayPal, I have correctly sent the money from my PayPal to my bank account. So that was 7 o'clock this morning. Hopefully it'll be here today, but could be up to 2 or 3 days. Big shout out to Spinboy as well for buying me the coding course. We did it. We did it. Another day done and dusted. Alright, I'm lightheaded because I haven't eaten today. I just have that 1 can of baked beans, although in 6 or 7 hours some more money should come through and then I can go get some groceries, or the classic is ordering the pizza. I'm trying not to order the pizza so much anymore, but it is unironically a decent amount of calories per dollar, so sometimes I think about it, but you know, I gotta hold myself accountable, and maybe I need to do some math on how many baked beans and rice and potatoes and the calories I get from that, and figure out the dollar amounts for them, and then figure out if the pizza is truly the most efficient way to live. And it might be a bit more effort, but maybe I can it seems so funny to be like, this fast food order can potentially be more calories per dollar than me cooking and cleaning and eating and doing all that stuff. It sounds like I'm coping. I'm certain that if I just made rice and yada yada yada, I'd be fine. One of my problems is that my fridge doesn't run, and if I'm cooking rice, I guess I can use oils, but I would rather use butter. It's kind of disgusting using oils. Using, like, mixing up spices and oil is a lot grosser than mixing up spices and butter. I'm not sure of another recipe for making, I just need, the thing is, if I buy a block of butter, it's not cheap, and I don't have a cool space to keep it fresh. So I end up with this block of melted butter, and a lot of it goes to waste. So my typical method of making rice and then mixing in butter and herbs and spices, maybe some tuna, maybe some fruits like tomatoes or vegetables, maybe an egg in there as well. Can make a big bowl of like really, really good food. But I don't have a fridge for the butter. If I plug that fridge in, my power supply blows out. This place I live in is very expensive, but also a shithole. Fuck me. What do you guys want to do? Maybe I just end stream, go chill out. I don't really want to review drama right now. There is some stuff I could look into, and I could put on a show for the stream. But I need to eat. I need to take a break anyway. And I don't know what we're doing after I have that break anyway, so I might as well just end it. GG, boys. Let's have a quick look over what happened this stream. We got 1 follower. It was a bot. Let's have a quick look over what happened this stream. We got days to the week. Very cool. We got a new chatter who came in. It's really nice when we get a fresh chatter because to level up my Kick account, I've got... So I'm like an affiliate or something. I'm on like, so tier 1 you make your Kick account, tier 2 you get a certain amount of followers, hit some goals, yada yada yada. Tier 3 is I think 200 followers and a certain amount of chatters, and then tier 4 is being ready for KCIP. So that's the goals that we have up above. I need 20 people to buy their own subscriptions and 1,500 followers. So we're working towards, we're on tier 2 and we're going for tier 4. So this will involve going on panels, making sure I like promote myself, get myself out there, build that follower goal right up, and then like working on those subs. And part of that is having 1,500 followers, 20 subscribers, and 200 people, 200 unique individual chatters per month. And we're up to something like 150 this month. So it's nice having that guy days of the week to come in, you know, and type his first message. Even though his message was literally, yo bro, you can code me a robotic penis. I didn't really laugh. But, you know, good on him. Pumpernickel typed a message which I didn't read out at the time. An ADHDer has about 1 friend, on average, going through elementary school and sustains smaller friendship groups the rest of their lives. Yeah, this was... yeah, so ADHD kids are a lot, right? And this is meaning on average they have 1 friend. So a lot of them have no friends. And I was kind of lucky that I was funny, but I didn't really feel inclined. I had friends, but I wasn't inclined to like make and hold value in those friends. I don't remember like treating my friends badly, but looking back on it, some of my like lifelong or friends I'd had since like primary school, since like year 1, by the time I was in college, I wasn't treating those friends as closely as I probably should have. And part of the problem with that is because there were other kinds of friends who were always grabbing my attention. These were like narcissistic type people who wanted my attention and they loved getting attention. and I was like pretty happy to just like give it back to them. This is like a similar problem with having like a girlfriend who's like obsessed with me. I have this girlfriend who's paying a lot of attention to me, and I'm bouncing it back as an ADHD person. The narcissists are doing the same, and I don't really have the ability to recognize that I am constantly giving them back the energy that they want, right? I definitely knew a lot of other ADHD and autistic and weird people who were, when we were kids, who were like outcasts, and these people usually really liked me because I had friends, I was in the big popular group. I definitely annoyed a lot of the people in that group, and they probably low-key didn't like me. But they were still in my friend group. I just didn't, there was just a lot of people in that friend group on the weekends, we wouldn't hang out, and you know, stuff like that. Yeah, especially like two of those dudes, I would hang out with them all the time, and looking back on it, it was mainly because those dudes was sort of distracting me from putting my value into like other friendships, and I was sort of the kind of person who didn't really look for, I just didn't have like growing up, I didn't have like teamwork. I did everything myself, right? I didn't like get support from my family, and I sort of overlaid that onto my friends. I don't expect my friends to pay back the things that I am owed or due, or to reciprocate like certain levels of friendship to me. And I didn't realize until far later on that in a similar way, some of these other people, like my childhood friends, they were offering me a lot of very genuine, sincere friendship, and I wasn't reciprocating it, and I did not realize, because it was not something I was looking forward to happen to me or for me to give out to other people. Very cringe, and definitely left me in a position where narcissistic dickheads could take off me a whole lot of my energy and a whole lot of my patience and a whole lot of my self-esteem, and I didn't really think that was unusual. I thought that was totally okay for them to do that. And I probably did it back to other people as well, without considering how fucked up that really is. And that's really sad. And it's probably a result of ADHD. So it's really, really sad. If I ever have children, I don't want them to have to go through those things. I would seek treatment, I would seek social training, and I would be understanding to the reality of their situation. I feel ADHD is fucked today. Like, it took me a long time to start my computer coding course. The computer coding course, I got through it, and I didn't get too distracted, and things that did distract me, I managed to pull myself back online, so I'm glad I'm medicated to get through it. But I'm still apprehensive that that was a very easy course. I didn't find that difficult even slightly, and I was able to blast through it because it's day 2. So if that course had been a lot harder, I'm a little bit nervous that maybe I am ADHDing out today. And the reason I got through that course just now was because of the discipline that I've learned over the years to get through those courses unmedicated. I still guess my medication is working. I'm just paranoid. I'm just still getting used to it. Consciously. It's not like I think it's still having a chemical effect. It's just a paranoia in my brain. And I'm feeling violent. I'm feeling kind of frustrated. I'm gonna go eat some food anyway. Thank you everyone who came in. What do I want to do today? I don't really want to watch drama. Maybe I do just want to like play some games and chill out. So maybe we could just like chill out on stream. I had a friend who's like not doing so well. I wish that they would call in so I could be like less worried about them. Fuck, I kind of wish some of my old childhood friends that I was just talking about would like call me just to check in. But it would be weird. I haven't talked to them in like many years, and I don't really want to call them up and be like, yeah, nothing happened in my life. Been fucked. I should probably just say, it's fine. Everything's fine. How are you? It is fine. We are fine right here in this moment. I have food. I'm gonna get paid. I can go work out. I can go be fit and healthy. A girl called me cute the other day. It's really nice. Let's watch a video, chat.
It may not seem like it. It may not seem like it, but teasing, done with affection and skill, is a profound human accomplishment. There is a nasty teasing, of course, in which we pick away at a sore spot in someone's life. But here we're talking of the affectionate version, something generous and loving, which feels good to be on the receiving end of. It can be lovely to be teased when, for example, you're a teenager and in a grumpy, sullen mood, and your kindly dad nicknames you Hamlet, Shakespeare's Danish Prince of Gloom. Or when you're 45 and pretty serious in business, and your old university friends come around and call you by that name they made up for you when you were age 19, the night you failed dismally trying to pick up a German girl who was in town. All of us get a bit unbalanced in one way or another. Too serious, too gloomy, too jokey. And so we all benefit from being tugged back towards a healthier mean. The good teaser latches onto and responds to our distinctive imbalances and gets compassionately constructive about trying to change us, not by delivering a stern lesson, but by helping us to notice our excesses and laugh at them. We sense the teaser trying to give us a useful little shove in a good and secretly welcome direction, and therefore we know that, at its affectionate best, teasing is at once sweet and constructive. The English literary critic Cyril Connolly once famously said, "Imprisoned in every fat man is a thin man wildly signalling to be let out." It's a general idea with multiple variants. Inside the fussy, over-formal individual, there's a more relaxed person looking for an opening. There's an ambitious, eager self, quietly despairing within the lazy man. The gloomy, disenchanted cynic harbours a more cheery, sunny sub-self in need of more recognition. The teasing remark speaks over the head of one's dominant personality to the subordinated side of the self, whom it helps to release and relax. There's a moment in The Line of Beauty, a novel by Alan Hollinghurst set in the 1980s, in which Nick, the charming young central character, is invited to a grand party where he meets the British Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher. Everyone is slightly terrified of her, but Nick warmly and teasingly suggests that she might like to dance to a pop song. The other guests are horrified. She's meant to be obsessed by stringent economic reform and hard-nosed politics. But after a brief inner struggle, she replies with a smile, "You know, I'd like that very much." Perhaps if in reality there'd been more people to tease her, the pop-loving, dancing side of Mrs. Thatcher might have played a greater role in national affairs, and history would have been different. When we enjoy being warmly teased, it's because the teasing remark emerges from a genuine insight into who we are. This person has studied us and put their finger on a struggle that's going on in us. They've taken the part of a nice but currently under-supported side of who we are. It's pleasing because normally others don't see much past the front we put on for the world. Typically the world just thinks of us as gloomy or stern or intellectual or obsessed by fashion. The teaser does us the favour of recognising that the dominant front isn't telling the whole story. They're kind enough and perceptive enough to see past the surface. Perhaps the most instructive question we can ask, the one that teaches us most about the value of affectionate teaching, is simply, what do I need to be teased about?
What a nice little video. I hope you guys stuck around to watch that, because I feel like that was really thoughtful, and the guy put some effort into watching it. Especially you ADHD people out there, there's like a real tendency to, you know, click around on and off things, but when someone has like put together a wonderful piece of artwork like that, like a dance or a story or a lesson or any kind of performance, you should remember the effort that they put in to share this with you. There's another one that I wanted to watch as well. Maybe it is this one.
Flirting has a bad name. Too often, it seems a supreme form of duplicity, a sly attempt to excite another person and derive gratification from their interest without any corresponding wish to go to bed
This
with them.
is corresponding to me after my internal struggle I was just having on stream, my wee struggle session. I was saying things are fine right now, and a girl called me cute the other day, and it meant a lot, and it's this kind of video where I start to appreciate the public service that she is really doing.
It looks like a manipulative promise of sexual affection that at the last moment leaves its targets confused and humiliated. In our sadness, back home alone after the nightclub or the party, we may rail against the flirt for only flirting, when it had appeared there would be so much more. But this kind of pattern represents only one unedifying and regrettable possibility around flirting. At its best, flirting can be a vital social process that generously lends us reassurance and freely redistributes confidence and self-esteem. The task is not to stop flirting, but to learn how better to practice its most honourable versions. Good flirting is, in essence, an attempt driven by kindness and imaginative excitement to inspire another person to believe more firmly in their own likability, psychological as much as physical. It is a gift offered not in order to manipulate, but out of a pleasure at perceiving what's most attractive in another. Along the way, the good flirt must carefully convince us of three apparently contradictory things: that they would love to sleep with us, that they won't sleep with us, and that the reason why has nothing to do with any deficiency on our part. Good flirting exploits with no evil intent an important truth about sex, that what is often most enjoyable about sex is not the physical process itself, so much as the idea of acceptance that underpins the act. The notion that another person likes us enough to accept us in our most raw and vulnerable state, and is, in our name, willing to lose control and surrender aspects of everyday dignity. It is this concept, far more than the deft touching of skin, that is what contributes the dominant share of our pleasure as we undress someone for the first time or heed their request to call them the very rudest words we know. The good flirt knows this and is therefore spared a guilty sense that they might not be in a position to offer their lovers anything valuable. They are wisely convinced that it is eminently possible, simply over a dinner table or in the kitchen at work, to gift a person just about the most wondrous aspect of sex itself, simply through the medium of language. The good flirt is an expert too in how correctly to frame the fact that there won't be sex. By a deeply entrenched quirk of the human mind, it's generally hard for us to hear such news without at once reaching one overwhelming and crushing conclusion, that it's because the seducer has suddenly found us deeply and pervasively repulsive. The good flirt loosens us from such punitive narratives. They powerfully appeal to some of the many genuine reasons why two people might not have sex that have nothing to do with one person finding the other disgusting. For example, because one or both party already has a partner, because there's an excessive age gap, a gender incompatibility, an office that would disapprove, a difficult family situation, or most simply, a lack of time. Freed from the rigid and blunt supposition that flirting has to be the prelude to actual sex, the good flirt can artfully imply how different things might have been if the world had been more ideally arranged, and the recipient of the flirt can, with equal grace, assent to the story without a need to twist it through self-hatred. We all stand in need of reminders of what's tolerable and exciting about us. It's a desperate foreshortening of possibilities to insist that such reawakening can only be justified by actual intercourse. Understood properly, flirting can beneficially occur across the largest gulfs of political belief, of social, economic or marital status, of sexual inclination, and, with obvious caveats, of age. The 26-year-old corporate lawyer and the 52-year-old man behind the counter of the corner shop can flirt, and so may the cleaner and the CEO. It's all the more moving when they do so because it signals a willingness to use the imagination to locate what's most attractive about another person who lies really very far from one's own points of reference. The question of what, if I considered someone, anyone sexually, I would find charming about them is one of the most intimate, interesting, and necessary questions one can ask. Flirting matters because of how rarely most of us get to experience ourselves as desirable. We generally learn through a rich sequence of rebuffs and via intelligent modesty to see ourselves as far from ideal. This picture is not inaccurate, but it isn't entirely true either. So the good flirt carries out an important psychological mission to restore balance to our view of ourselves. They remind us that for all our failings of character and bodily liabilities, we are in fact in certain ways properly appealing and in a better situation than the one we find ourselves in, a truly interesting person to want to spend a night with. The flirt supplies an antidote to a characteristic sickness of maturity, an excessively negative view of ourselves. The good flirt is doing crucially important social work. They understand that being recognized as erotically appealing is hugely beneficial and a key to rendering us more patient, more generous, more energetic, and more content. It's a quiet tragedy that this widely consequential need should so often be expected to pass through the desperately narrow gate of sex. The good flirt is wisely and liberally trying to give erotic endorsement, with all the benefits this brings, a larger opportunity in life, liberating it from the tiny difficult window of opportunity offered by an actual requirement to make love. The good flirt is a pioneer in a crucial democratic science. They are attempting to correctly identify attractiveness in a way that will serve the many rather than the few. We should not only be grateful to good flirts, we should try to become good flirts ourselves.
Alright, that's very cute. I don't want to comment like too much over those things, just so that the idea can sink in. You know. I hope that gave you guys something to think about and that you enjoyed the stream. We are 5 hours in, so that's cool. We talked for like 2 hours, we did some coding, and then we talked for another hour, so that's pretty nice. I might be back on later on tonight to play games or hang out with people. I'm gonna go maybe try to finish Stacklands off stream and probably work on my Discord, Patreon, and other things that need to be worked on, as well as like going to the gym. Should be a wonderful day. I hope you guys have a wonderful day as well. Love you lots, and I'll see you guys later on. Goodbye. Let's do an outro. Actually, I'll just go here. Bye-bye, chat.